Hello and welcome to a special charity event, part of the Live for Speed France Endurance Series, round 3 of that championship. But tonight we're doing something a little bit different. It's the 4 Hours of Kyoto, which is in support of the 24 Hour for Anna event that is happening across the world. In fact, mostly organised by French sim racing organisers. But tonight, LFS France are doing their bit and putting together this event for the 24 Hours for Anna event. So yeah, we are going to be using a whole bunch of mods, 8 cars in over 2 classes, the LMP2 and a whole bunch of other cars are going to be in tonight's proceedings. Tonight we're at the Kyoto Ring International Circuit, K32, for 4 hours of racing. So let's get this show underway. We've got the drivers in the background doing a driver's briefing to circumnavigate this track, which is a 10km, 6.2 mile behemoth. And yeah, you can see there that this event is in partnership with a couple of people. We've got obviously the 24-hour for Anna event that's happening, as well as Live for Speed France, who've put together the event for this evening, alongside New Dimension Racing, who are here to support all of the action this evening. We've got Race Control there doing their bit for this event. I mentioned that we got a whole bunch of cars. We've got 8 cars in total over 2 classes, LMP2 on screen at the moment, and we have a big 7-car GT3 class, which we're going to show you now. There we go, the Protect GT3, the Fun Mustang GT3, the 4M GT3, and the 8R GT3 Evo 2 on the first page. There you can see all the car codes as well that we'll be displaying on the live graphics, so you can keep track of not only the class that the drivers are in, but also the specific car that they are in as well. Got the Mecha Evo GT3, the FM, yeah, there we go. So we have a lot of different cars on show. A good turnout as well. Lots and lots of teams taking part in this evening's action. So yeah, we should be not short of entertainment, let's put it that way, as we are getting ready to go. I think we've got around about 3 minutes to go before the scheduled formation lap. The formation will be about 5.5 minutes long, so I'm told. So a pretty long outlap to kind of run down the field, do a bit of a showing of who has turned up to support this event, and also to get kind of a flavour of the liveries that the drivers have put together, as well as the cars that they are going to be driving, because there are a lot of them. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover this evening. It's not just going to be me. Hopefully in the commentary box we're going to be joined by Travis Mehlinger later, hopefully, but Chris McElroy is alongside me as always in the background, making sure everything else runs smoothly for us this evening. Thanks very much everybody for joining in for this event, and we are going to hopefully enjoy 4 hours of amazing racing around Kyoto 32, which is always really exciting in Live for Speed to have an endurance event, a little bit different, not really necessarily as serious a race as some of the other races we've seen, so going to have a little bit of fun as well. So we'll see lots and lots of racing happening, lots of overtaking hopefully, and plenty of drama I'm sure thrown in there for good measure. There is also a French commentary of this stream happening over on the NFR Nanex channel, so please go ahead and check that out on Twitch if you haven't already, because there is an LFS France kind of commentary in French going on over there as well. So thanks for joining us here on the English broadcast, but yeah, if you are from France or you want to pull up that broadcast as well, there is going to be a French language stream as well in support of this event, so that's nice to see. The drivers are still in their briefing, but yeah, we should be able to get underway in a few moments time. Thanks everyone very much for joining in. Let's take a look at those cars that are going to be in use tonight. The Prototype 2, I think we've currently got 6 entries on the server for this car, and so that's going to be a fairly interesting class to watch. And then the rest of the drivers are going to be using one of these 7 GT3 class cars that we have on the screen at the moment. And there's a lot of variety in terms of the shells of these cars, and the engine types, but really the power output and the weight is pretty similar, so the balance should be okay. But we'll see if there are any kind of dominant cars that are going to be used at Kyoto to see which ones we may see the drivers favouring, which is always interesting when we go into these races, because it's a long race and it depends very much on how you drive it, but the car can obviously help you. If it's got a slight weight advantage or it's slightly faster on the straights, that can come into play later on. But yeah, I think honestly it's so nice to see just a huge GT3 grid, a huge amount of cars on offer for the drivers to choose. It definitely adds something different to the mix, and great to see more GT3 class cars being added to the mods roster in LFS as well. So, drivers are still getting ready in the background. The race control finishing up their briefing and gridding everyone up as we speak. So we are going to bring you pictures of that in just a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. We are ready in the background to go racing, and I'm glad to bring the qualifying results to you to show you where our drivers are going to line up. So we had 10 qualifiers for the LMP2 class on the screen there. Sosiski Racing got the pole position with the number 40, followed by TAV in second, and Master Race Car LMP in P3. Over in the GT3 class, a much bigger class, as I mentioned, we've got Team America 3 and the Sim Power with Magic for Anna Turtles in P3 as well. Let's go to the grid and see what's going on with our drivers on the circuit. So the drivers are making their way out for the formation lap. And the drivers are already making their way down to turn number 4 then. And I did mention that this was going to be quite a long formation lap, so we are going to spend the time wisely and look down our list. Here we've got the number 40, that's Dodislav, currently driving for the Sosiski Racing Team, qualified first overall. Then it's the number 73, Johnny SVK, he's part of the Master Race Car LMP team. And then we've got Ramses in number 91. Number 91 is Growler Racing in LMP. Then we've got Whiskey Hape in the number 9, and that is the FSR team. And we've got Mr. Plant, 5th overall in the number 77, and that is the Friendly Racing by FSR team. And then 6 of 6 in our LMP class, LMP2 class, is Valenzis, driving the number 6, and that is Hormagaloka Racing, as you can tell by the livery that I just love for that team. Absolutely excellent. Over in the GT3 class, we have Maserati leading this one for the number 99 team. Number 99 GT3 is Team America 3. We've got Laudens in the number 2, and that is the Sim Power team. We've got Rosé in the number 143. That is the 142. That is Magic for Anna Turtles. Stephen Martin driving the number 68. That is the SM Racing outfit. Then the number 60, Jay Madigan, driving in the number 60 in P11, and that is the Gum Garage 3 team. The number 62 lines up 12th overall in this race. Janssen drives for the number 62, that is the FSR Team GT. Then the 995 DLV. The 995 is the TVH by French Alpha Racing Team. And we've got Sick in the 42. The 42 is the Yes We Can team. Now we've got number 23 Proxima, 15th overall, driving for the NFR Team 1. NFR involved in the French commentary over on Nanex's channel on Twitch, so do give that a watch as well if you are a French speaker, or in fact if you're just interested in what they're doing over there. P16 overall, the car that has the number 87 on it, Martleur. Number 87 is Twister OS Racing. And we've got Garcia, the number 17th overall, the 33. That's Team America 2. Pat de la Pan, 18th overall, and the number 59, that is Team Pelican. We've got Le Mans Show, 19th overall, driving for the number 21 machine, that's Texas Drivers 2. Rominet, 20th overall, and the 27 machine is Tractor Driver Racing Team. I like the name. And we've got João Paulo at the back, 21st overall, and driving for the number 10, which is
green flag,
Ford Rally Sport team, as we have a green flag in the LMPs from Race Control. And they're already down at turn number 1. And it is Dodislav who gets a really, really nice start. And already we have Johnny SVK under some pressure as the GT3s make their way through the first corner as well. And we are away for 4 hours of racing at Kyoto. We have a close battle already in GT3 as we head down to turn number 4 between Janssen, Madigan and Martin. In fact, Martin there getting a bit of a bump into turn 4. But we all seem to be away quite cleanly. It's Dodislav who leads. He's got quite a nice advantage already over Johnny SVK. And Ramses has managed to get ahead, I think. Sorry, we've got Whiskys has just so Whiskey Hep has just managed to get past Ramses, so that is a change for position early on. So, that will change at the next timing line, as instead of heading onto the oval, and there's been a big send too early in the race for that sort of thing to happen. That's Ramses getting a little bit deep on the brakes into the hairpin, and that's caused all sorts of trouble early on, and he drops right to the back of the LMP class at the beginning of this race. So not an ideal start for the number 91 team there at all. And it's Maserati in the number 99 leading the GT3 class currently. That's Team America 3 starting this race the way that they really would have wanted. So excellent so far from the 99 GT3, and it's a good looking class this. Quite a few of the 4M GT3 cars entered. Currently the top 3 in that class all driving the 4M GT3. The next different car is the McLaren inspired mod here, the number 2 team. And there's already a move going on. Stephen Martin fancying a move up into P2 in class, and he's made the move so far. So good. As Loudons would also like to try and make a move. Oh, there's a car coming back at Stephen Martin's there. It's Rosé, but it's not going to be enough. Steve Martin has the advantage on the outside and can pull away there nicely. Good job indeed there. As Loudon's there all over the back of Rosé, and he's going to get a heck of a slipstream out onto the home straight here. Going on the outside over start finish. Nicely does it. And up into P3 and GT3. There we go. Clean overtake. Boleslav in the number 40 leads in LMP over Johnny SVK in the number 73 machine. 73, of course, the master race car LMP. Johnny SVK is going to be running that machine on his own for this race. Boleslav in the number 40. Also a solo entry, so lots and lots of drivers electing to do this race entirely on their own. We do have some teams of drivers, including this one, the 77 Friendly Racing by FSR Racing Team. Currently at the wheel, we have Mr. Plant. There's Adrian, and Adrian's teammate is Chris, who's going to be joining hopefully later on in the event. So fair play to the drivers that have elected to do this thing solo. 4 hours is an awful lot of driving to do on your own, but why not do it as part of a great event, and even better, a charity event. Always nice to get involved in those for sure. if you'd like to donate to the good cause here, the 24 Hours for Anna event, which is a culmination of lots and lots of sim racing and esports events, then the link to do so is in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. So if you can, please go onto there and do your bit for this good cause here this evening. Maserati now with a 4-second lead over Stephen Martin, who has Loudon's for company now. And Steve is going to be sweating a little bit at this point, I think. Pretty close battle early on for these two, as we watch from the back of Stephen Martin's car and on board with Loudon's. And we have some spectacular mods that have been crafted, I'll say, by a lot of very talented people in the LFS community, as we have a side-by-side for, this is P2 in GT3. And this McLaren really wants to get past the iconically huge BMW that's ahead of it. But Loudon's with a bad exit onto the oval. That's going to make it a little bit more challenging as we make our way to the second hairpin on the oval, the boothie hairpin, as we'll call it. Vladislav now with a 5-second lead over the Master Race car entry. Johnny SVK there. Third place for the number 9 FSR team. It's quite a sizable lineup, 3-driver team. System, Cyandic, and Whiskey P. The 142 had the wrong setup on and has been allowed by race control to tell a pit to change their setup to something more appropriate for a 4-hour race. So that is why the 142 now appears at the very back. But they should be credited with some laps back and allowed to continue. An honest mistake, an important one, of course, but nice of race control to allow that. battle for P2 in GT3 rages on, still very, very close. And I do wonder if Loudons is just biding his time, or whether there is some real fire to get through at this early stage. Remember, if you're following another car that's a similar pace to you, as Loudons gets quite out of shape there, that was definitely a tank slapper happening. And Steve also goes deep into the parabolic infield hairpin. Loudons can save fuel if the number 2 can stay close enough to the back of the BMW ahead. And we've got another group with some side-by-side action here. 6th there, the number 42 driving in the fully pink livery there. On the outside in the Protec 92 GT3. Making the move stick on Marteleur. Driving for the number 87. There's the update at the timing line on your timing tower. The 91 in the GT3 class, LMP class, Ramses, as Janssen goes wide there. Janssen goes wide, loses a bunch of places. But back to my previous point, Ramses in the LMP receives a drive-through for an incident on lap 1. Car going into pit lane. As Dick gets into the slipstream of Proxima over start finish. Proxima registered as leading at the line. Continues to lead through the first chicane, but it's starting to bunch up here in the GT3s. Rear them all over each other, but Proxima are about to be passed again. And that was a nice move by the number 87. Janssen now picks back up the pace. Looks like he wants to make a move as well. As we head through Spoon and into the right-hand hairpin, quick dash and then a left-hander into the infield. It seems like status quo at the minute for this battle. But then further ahead, Sick has opened up the gap to the number 87. As Janssen has a look and is on the inside then, or he was almost on the inside, almost alongside. As we head through the fast chicane, and Garcia in number 33 is making that gap come down quite a bit. In the bright pink car in the background, as Janssen makes the move on Garcia, so the number 62 getting ahead of the 33, and that's a good move. Back up the field after losing a few positions through what looked like sort of an unforced error. Live timing for tonight's event is powered by New Dimension Racing. You can head over to the tracker.newdimensionracing.com to get live tracking in your browser. You can follow along with the the timing there as well. Slightly more detail than you get from the broadcast graphics here. Proxima being passed there by Garcia into turn 1. Bit of bumping side to side across start finish there. Had to hold my breath a little bit before I said anything. But we are all through as there's a car spun ahead, all in the way. It's Loudon's again, I think. Oh, sorry, it's Janssen again. So Janssen's had another off, and that's 2 incidents that we've seen in the first stint alone. So not a good start really from the 62, giving up on good pace because this car had decent pace. No contacts reported, so that should be fine to carry on. But the FSR Team GT currently being piloted by Janssen. That's a 2-car team. So potentially conversations happening to swap drivers already, given that clearly they've got the pace but not the consistency in the opening stint, which is really what you need. DLV is catching Garcia, makes a move and makes it stick into Boone Corner. Mercedes makes the move on the Ferrari. Stodislav has started to do some lapping, which is always fun in the higher class. But the leaders, or rather the backmarkers of the GT3 class, beginning to realise what it feels like to be caught and then passed by an LMP, as we've got Ramses in the pit lane. That cannot be for a scheduled stop. That's 91 doing their drive-through, I think. Yeah, that's the drive-through penalty being served. So the number 91 chose to wait as long as they needed to serve that, and they resume. Thanks for tuning in to our coverage here of the 4 Hours of Kyoto, round 3 of the LFS France Endurance Series. Special charity event, part of the 24 Hours for Anna charity event that's happening today across the esports and sim racing world. Again, a link to more information about this is available in the chat. And a good number of teams and a good number of drivers turning up for this one to support the action. 20 cars currently in the race, 21 started, but we have lost a team. Still plenty of time left for them to join back in and get stuck into what is going to be a great evening of racing on your Saturday. I've got a message from Race Control here. Car 99 drive through for a jump start and did not follow the briefing instructions. So the number 99, that is a GT3 entry. The leader of GT3 currently on the screen behind there at the moment with a drive-through penalty. So that's massive news at the beginning of the race for the pole in GT3, pole sitters in GT3. An early penalty for essentially just not following procedure properly. and doing a jump start. It's a big lead, 8 to 9 seconds of a lead, but you're going to lose more than that doing a drive-through. So that early advantage for Maserati and the number 99 Team America 3 entry, that is a big hit. This is a solo entry, so only really affects Maserati himself, but still representing his team and all the people that go along with it. So not an ideal start, that one. I expect to see the number 99 in the pits, and good news then for Loudons, who's made it up from P4 to P2 now, and is potentially going to inherit P1 in the GT3 class imminently once the number 99 heads into pit lane. Whether they decide to stay out for another couple of laps, they have a couple of laps to serve that penalty, and the laps here being so long, yeah, we will see what happens. The gap is growing. We will see what Maserati decides to do right now. Maserati is staying out, so that Team America car will circulate once again and try to open the gap up before serving that penalty. And here is Janssen, who has had a pretty dismal start to the race, was looking good on pace but has dropped down quite a bit, trying to get back into some sort of rhythm in the GT3 class currently. Does have a teammate that can relieve him at some point, but Janssen there not enjoying his afternoon so far. Excellent diversity of cars in the GT3 class as Dodislav makes his way through some more backmarker traffic onto the home straight. Just look at the overspeed that this car has. Leaves the GT3s for dust. Good fun to drive the Prototype 2 in the speed. And a very nice lead for the number 40. There you can see the size difference between the LMP2 and that big M4. But cleanly through for Dodislav, who is doing a stellar job just now. Gets past Janssen there. And the SVK then has 12 seconds to find somewhere. And well, after 25 minutes of racing, it looks like Dodislav has got this thing dialed in. So any other drivers who want to make an impact on this race need to really think about where that's going to happen. Fuel strategy, pit strategy comes into it, but it's unlikely that anybody in this entire field decide to put some fuel in. Anything other than full fuel in, as Dodislav goes off into Spoon and has to recover. Losing a little bit of time there. SVK will have been aware, surely, of that happening. Johnny now finds himself behind Proxima. In that big M4 GT3. Comically large, or rather the LMP2 comically small in comparison. A brilliant recreation this in Live for Speed. As we will now see whether Maserati for the number 99 Team America entry decides that the second time past the pit entry since having the drive-through penalty will be the time to come in. Let's see. Up another half a second over his competition, over Loudons, and let's see if now the car comes in. Yes, Maserati is going to give us a drive-through penalty, and let's see what that does to the number 99 lead in GT3, down to the speed limit, and then over to Loudons to see where he is. Goes through. So Loudons takes over the lead of the GT3 class. That is a legitimate pass for the lead. And though the gap has been going up, Maserati cannot afford to make any more errors. Time can be taken away from you at any point, so you have to hold on to your position as best you can while you have it. And as we approach the first half an hour gone in this 4 hours of Kyoto event by LFS France Endurance Series, our race leader just carving up another of the ProTech entries. That's the number 42, Sick. There's the Yes We Can entry, and it is another solo drive. So get familiar with these drivers, because a lot of them are going to be with us for the entire 4 hours. Here's Steve Martin. Steve Martin is driving as part of a two-car outfit. Owen Harmon, commentator and big supporter of Live for Speed and some broadcasts, is going to be taking over from Steve at some point during the race and giving us 2 hours of his driving. I'm not sure how he's going to feel about that, because Steve Martin's currently second place, and I know that Owen will not want to affect Stephen's result too much. So Steve will be putting this car as far forward in this race as he possibly can before handing over to Owen, as yeah, we'll wish Owen well as he joins the number 68 at some point in about probably an hour and a half's time. And yes, as we approach the first kind of marker in this race, an eighth of the way through, half an hour, we're going to do the rundown. It's Dodislav who leads in the number 40, as he has done all race long. Only one kind of mistake to speak of. We didn't quite see it, it was off camera, but the number 40 for Sosiski Racing, a solo entry in the Prototype 2, leads after 30 minutes of racing. Then we've got Johnny SVK, the 73 Master Race Car entry in P2. Whiskey P currently third in LMP, number 19. That is FSR Racing, a 3-driver outfit, so we should see a couple of driver changes potentially during this race, depending on who is involved from the number 9. Fourth place, close to the podium, but just a step off it at the moment. It's Mr. Plant driving for the number 77 Friendly Racing by FSR team. That's a 2-car outfit. Adrian will be hopefully joined by his teammate Christopher Anderson, long-time supporter himself actually of LFS. A bit of a tank slapper / slide out of the second oval hairpin there for the number 77. Fifth in LMP is the number 91. Ramsey's currently holding on to that place, and the 91 is a 4-car outfit for the Growler Racing team. Gummix 2, Matty, Joar and Ramsey's 4 drivers participating under the number 91. And we've got Valenzies here. 6th place for the number 6 LMP. As that's Hormigaloka Racing. Always loved that livery. Garaxi has taken over from Proxima. It's quite a quick driver change, but the number 23 has had a swap. So Garaxi has taken over from Proxima, and that's as good opportunity as ever as any to head down the GT3 class list. Loudons takes over the lead from Maserati, who went into the pits for that drive-through penalty. Loudon's the number 2. That's the Sim Power. That's a 2-car outfit. Erox is going to potentially be taking over the car from Loudon's at some point during the race. 2-car teams tend to do 50-50 split, so Erox may take over at some point around about halfway, we expect. Stephen Martin took over P2 after Maserati dropped from 1st to 3rd in GT3. This is the SM Racing entry, of course, I mentioned before, that Owen Harmon, broadcast commentator and all-round motorsports fan, is going to be taking over that machine at around the halfway mark, we think. And then Maserati is closing up that gap once again. He really wants to get back through and overtake 1st and 2nd place to get back to the top step. That is the Team America 3 4M GT3 entry. And Maserati is a solo entry. So no one to hand the car off to. It all comes down to what he can do. As there's been a change of position in LMP, Ramsey's managed to get through Valencies at some point. The Hawker Loca Racing driver was 6th, but may have ended up in 5th at some point, and has managed to gain and lose a place, I think, by the looks of it. 4th place in the GT3 class, the number 60. Madigan currently driving this machine for the number 60. And the 60 is a 2-car Gum Garage team driving the Protec 92 GT3, one of the longest, one of the oldest rather, original GT3 mods in Live for Speed. We're running a number of events, including the Argentina Turismo Endurance Series, the 2nd and 3rd installment of that championship, which we love to see this car. It's a really, really, really nice impression of the Porsche in which it was based. Madigan currently driving 4th in the GT3 class, 5th in GT3 and 11th overall. It's sick. Driving on his own in another Protec of the Yes We Can team solo entry. Martler driving in the 87. That's the Twister OS Racing. That's the Ferra 488 GT3 mod in Live for Speed, followed by the Ferrari 488 GT3. And yep, doing pretty good. 6th overall in GT3. 7th overall in GT3 is DLV for the number 995. 995 solo entry TVH by French Alpha Racing. Next is Janssen, who's been all over the cameras for all the wrong reasons so far in this race, but still doing a respectable job in P8 in the GT3 class. Number 62 is a team effort by FSR Team GT, the drivers in that team. And then it's Garcia for the number 33, Team America 2. The Snash and Olgrita are their pseudonyms normally in Live for Speed. And a 2-car effort is a good way to do an endurance race, although that was close. Garcia almost dropping a wheel in the gravel onto the oval. That would have been a lot of time loss. You need to carry as much momentum out there as you can. The number 21, the Man Show, 16th overall at the moment, driving for the Texas Drivers 2, and this is the Fund Mustang GT3, which is a brilliant name. And that is a 2-car effort, and Papator will be taking over that machine at some point, we hope. Next we've got Robinet, 17th overall, the number 27 in the GT3 class. And this is another solo entry for possibly my favourite team name of the afternoon. It's Tractor Driver Racing Team. Another Ferrari-inspired mod here. Brilliant stuff by not only the livery designers, but of course the mod creators in LFS to give us these as true to life as possible replicas of these icons of racing. Garaxi, our first driver change that we know of that has taken place for the number 23 team. That's NFR Team 1. Proxima drove the first half an hour, or rather 20 minutes, something like that. And now Garaxi takes over for a stint behind the wheel of the 4M GT3, the enormous 4M GT3. Next it's the 59, Pat de la Pan. A 3-car team for Team Pelican here. Again, driving in the BMW, bit of a slide for Pat. And Pat's teammates are Neron and Project, French team. And then finally, at the moment, we have Rosé in the 142. That is the Magic for Anna Turtles team. That's a 2-car effort. A French and Belgium lineup for the 142. And that concludes our current list of drivers. Started with 21, we are down to just 20, but that is fine. We have got plenty of action to come, including this battle, which has been developing for a short while between Maserati and Stephen Martin. We're going to use the rotator cam on the top of this BMW battle to see how it unfolds. Maserati early pace in this race, but which will drive through for a jump start and not following the procedure, has found himself back down in P3 and chases Steve Martin for P2 in our GT3 class. Car 91 has a puncture already. I mean, that's 40 minutes in. I don't know if that's early, and that sounds early, but this car has a puncture, so this is going to be a slightly entertaining end to the lap for Ramses. I'm guessing, due to that sequence of corners, that the puncture is on the front left. The left-hander was quite easy, the right-hander much more difficult, so Ramses has got a slower end to this lap and then a long pit stop where he's almost certainly going to lose out on P5, and the Homologa Racing team, that's going to be tricky to slow down. Ramses finding it all sorts of difficult to get the car slowed down into the second hairpin, but yeah, Homologa Racing are going to gain a place here early on, so Valencies will be quite glad about the the issues that Ramses currently faces as he kind of limps back to pit lane. It's going to be straight in here, no messing around. Race control are aware, no need for any safety cars or virtual safety cars. That car safely driven back into pit lane, so well done to Ramses for getting that sorted out. Stodislav goes for another move up the inside of a GT3. And there we go. Homologa Racing move up into P5 in the LMP class. Let's see how Steve and Maserati are getting on. Steve holding on, doing everything he needs to do, being consistent. Maserati also with some consistency to brag about. You're watching an endurance race in LFS. We don't get them very often, but when we do, we love to see them. This is currently round 3 of the LFS France Endurance Series, which we are covering this charity special for the 24 Hours for Anna event. A link to the sponsorship page is in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. And a reminder, of course, that this broadcast is going out in both French and English. You can find the French commentary over on Nanex's Twitch channel at NFL_Nanex on Twitch. This is a great onboard view from Maserati, and you can see that these two pretty evenly paced at the moment. Steve doing an amazing job, slightly wider of the apex than Maserati, will compromise his line, but doesn't seem to have affected anything too badly there at all. In fact, may have even opened the gap slightly, as we have an LMP just weaving their way through. Awesome perspective to just get a glimpse of the racing action as Steve is put offline by the LMP, and that's going to help Maserati a whole lot. I mean, that's the luck of the draw in endurance racing. Sometimes that's how it happens. You just meet the car at the wrong time, and it kind of hurts your pace a little bit. But the whole point is that it should happen to everybody at some point. It's a long race, and a lot of cars wanting to overtake difficult places. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it isn't, but Steve appears to have opened that gap back up, so a great battle here developing for P2 in GT3. Live timing for this event provided by New Dimension Racing. You can get all that lovely information at tracker.newdimensionracing.com. NDR also providing the race control services for this event, so big thanks to them as ever. Jonathan Palmer and a whole bunch of stewards active and watching the event to do live stewarding, which is, trust me, a hard job, and they do a fantastic job of it. Our leader is in pit lane for a scheduled pit stop that is 45 minutes in, and let's see what Dodislav is going to give us. We have P2 in LMP2 in as well, and a whole number of drivers are going to be offering us pit stops now, but there is a huge gap between P1 and P2 and P3 in LMP. Here Whiskey P in the number 9, only just going onto the oval, and the other two ahead of them could be out of the pit lane before he's even had a chance to come in. Dodislav out, Johnny SVK still stationary. And Johnny SVK out of pit lane as well. No drama at all for the top two, and we expect to see Whiskey P in as well, owing to the thimble that is the fuel tank in the LMP2. Just 45 minutes of running before the first pit stop. And another large gap between P3 and P4 in LMP currently. But don't worry, there's always drama in endurance racing, and those gaps aren't going to be around for too long. So Whiskey P into the pits. And Stodislav's already down at turn 9. As we take a look at the battle between Steve, and you can see that Maserati's got through into turn 1, just about missed it while we were paying attention to LMPs, but Steve's going to have a go back here into turn 4, and he's not going to give up, is he? He's going to try and go around the long way. This takes a little bit of luck to get this right, and it's not worked out. Steve not able to do the cutback either. Maserati up to P2 again in GT3. there, change from P2 in GT3. And a driver change for the number 9. System now takes over the car, and let's see if they can continue the form their teammate had. They repaired some damage there, so Whiskey P picked up a bit of damage that System doesn't have to worry about because it's been repaired on the number 9. That's good. And we can see that Valenci's is I think the only, oh no, not the only LMP. Mr. Plant also managing an extra lap. So 4 of our LMPs have managed just 45 minutes on their first stint, but 2 have managed to stretch it slightly. The number 9 wasn't able to, but the number 77 and number 6 have managed to do an extra lap so far. We'll see how it works out. There is a bit of damage to the front of Valenci's car here. The front left of this car is quite badly bent, so we'll see if they decide to do damage repair, which would sort of negate the advantage you get from pitting early. It does appear to be mostly cosmetic damage, though drivers do tend to prefer a fresh car for the rest of their race. So I assume that that's going to get repaired at some point. Welcome along to the coverage then of the 4 hours of Kyoto, round 3 of the LFS France Endurance Series. More information about that can be found on the LFS website. And if you're joining here from other parts of the 24 Hours for Anna charity event series that's running today across esports, then welcome along. This is Live for Speed. You can find more information about that out on the LFS website, lfs.net. Maybe you heard about this game a long time ago, you want to get back into it, or maybe you're just curious and you want to see what it's all about. Well, there you go, lfs.net. All you need to know about Live for Speed can be found there. As we've got the number 77, Mr. Plant, giving us an extra lap and coming into the pits later than his competitors. We have a driver change as well. Anderson takes over from Mr. Plant. We also have Valenci's in the pit lane then, giving us the stop for McElroy Racing. See how this goes. Ramsey's just coming out of the final corner. Potentially a change for position as well. And there we go. Yes, there is a change for P6 then and P5 in LMP. Reflected on your timing tower now as he crosses start-finish. Oh, onto the grass for Ramsey's in the braking zone. Has to brake later because of it. And, well, fortunately didn't put the anchors on too early, as Dodislav is going to be making a bit of a milestone here in the race. Less than an hour to go, around a very long lap, 10 kilometres don't forget, and Dodislav laps P6 in the LMP class. That is formidable pace from Dodislav. Amazing to have done it so quickly. A very, very nice pace from the number 40, asserting dominance over his competitors in this event. 22 seconds drift is Johnny SVK then, who himself is catching up to the McElroy Racing entry. Oh, and it's a spin for Valenci's off into the gravel, but fortunately doesn't go deep into the gravel and is able to continue on. And that could have been our first safety car, because this car does not like getting out of the gravel traps, as far too many of the drivers will be aware. These GT3s and LMPs just don't like being stuck in the gravel at Kyoto, unless you've got momentum, in which case it's sometimes possible to wriggle out, but you do not want to put an LMP2 in the gravel at Kyoto, and thank goodness Valenzi's kept it out. But it does mean that 2 of our LMPs are a lap down within the first hour, and it's because Dodislav's pace is absolutely huge. Speaking of pace, let's take a look at our GT3 class, as Maserati has a 4.8 second gap currently, as Steve Martin blinks in the GT3 category. See, the limiter there has been tied to the headlights actually as well, as the rear lights in the on the M4M GT3 mod in Need for Speed. Quite an interesting one, as Steve heads to the toilet, I guess, because Owen Harmon is in. So I guessed that it might have been halfway through. I guessed wrong. Owen is in, and now that he has absolutely no means of telling me to be quiet, I can commentate on my co-commentator for a change. Owen Harmon, ladies and gentlemen, has commentated for sim broadcasts for pretty much as long as we've been going. Commentates on the Ronnie's Tuesday Fun Race and Ronnie's Tuesday Fun Race XL series, and he might come and give us a few words after his stint, potentially tell us how it went. And that's an open invitation to any of the drivers taking part in this event. We do have a commentary box waiting room on the New Dimension Racing TeamSpeak server that you're all in, so please do come and say hello to us if you fancy a chat with myself on the broadcast. Happy to have a word and find out how your race is going and what you think of the LFS Endurance Series, and also why you decided to take part in this great event, the 24 Hours for Anna. We have an update from Race Control. We have a drive-through for car 21 crossing pit lane exit blend line on lap 16. Car 21 is a GT3 entry, currently 18th overall. Papator taken over from his teammate. The number 21 is Texas Drivers 2, and it was Le Mans Show who was driving that car before, so a driver change under the radar a little bit there. But yes, Papator will unfortunately owe us a drive-through in the Ford Mustang inspired Fund Mustang GT3 here in Live for Speed. And let's see if Papator decides to do it now. Yes, into the pit lane. So a costly mistake. Won't want to cross the pit lane exit blend line on this time either. Otherwise, it'll be another penalty for the 21 team. Texas Drivers 2 into pit lane again, but won't be stopping, of course. Only needs to give us a drive-through penalty. And Pat de la Pan comes out of the final corner and gets a bit of free time over the number 21 there, but won't be close enough to make a move. The number 59 Pelican team will be closer, but will still have to put in some work to get through on the car ahead. We're approaching the top of the hour once again. It's 9 o'clock UTC. It started a little bit late, so this race will head into the next day here in the UTC time zone, which is fine, no problem. Some things just can't start on time for whatever reason. Dodislav won't care at all because he's in the best position possible in this race. Doesn't currently hold the fastest lap though. The fastest lap is held by the Master Race Car team, the number 73, Johnny SVK, driving the Prototype 2 mod and a B2 class vehicle here in Live for Speed, has set the fastest lap currently of the race, which is always something nice to hold on to for as long as you can. Owen seems to be doing a pretty good job here. Currently P7 in the GT3 class, 13th overall after the pit stop, and driving fairly well. No drama so far. Pat de la Pan is catching up to Papator, but it's just been overtaken by Madigan. So that is P3 lapping P19 then overall in this race. As you can see there, flashing across your screen, that is Papator, who has been caught quite quickly actually by Pat de la Pan. The gap was probably about double what it is now, and that's just the space of a lap. So Papator taking a bit of time to get up to speed as Maserati comes into the pit lane again. This is a scheduled pit stop this time. No driver change will be happening, of course, because the number 99 is a solo entry. But there'll be fuel going in, there'll be tyre change happening, and Maserati will be back underway. But Madigan will have got through. Maserati will be heading down to turn 1 in a battle with Sick. In fact, no, he won't, because Sick's already also got through. And Janssen's too far back to capitalise. So Madigan gains a place to P2 for now. Maserati will drop to P4 once we head past the first timing line. And Sick for the 42. That is the Yes We Can team. Gains a place for now, but a lot of these GT3 drivers and teams owe us a pit stop. So we are at the top of the hour, so it's only customary that we do our rundown. Dodislav, the number 40, solo entry for Sosiski Racing in the Prototype 2 class. Johnny SVK, second in LMP2, fastest lap currently for Master Race Car, another solo entry. Then we've got System, this is a team, this is the number 9 team, this is FSR Racing, 3-car entry. We've had a stint from Whiskey P, now it's System's turn, and we may see another driver, Syandic, at some point, taken over from System. The System goes very wide actually through oval turn 3. Unusual line. Next, it's the number 77, Anderson in this machine currently. This is a 2-car team, Friendly Racing by FSR team, and Mr. Plant Plant was in this car just before. Christopher Anderson takes over for a stint behind the wheel. Christopher Anderson, known to quite a few people in Live for Speed, has gifted a lot of LFS licenses away over the years. An extremely generous fellow is how I would describe Christopher Anderson, and showing us all that he's fairly capable behind the wheel of LMP2 as well, as there seems to be some company for him. Our race leader is about to put a lap over the number 40 as they head onto the oval. Dodislav will cut down to the apex. Christopher will be more than happy to just follow the race leader for a little bit, as our race leader in GT3 is into the pit lane. Loudons has pulled up, and that means that actually Madigan comes in as well at the same time. Sick stays out, so Sick will become our race leader in GT3 at the timing line. Sick himself is catching up to Papator, as Shine has taken over from Loudons. This is Julian Shine, who should be known to some of you if you've been around in Live for Speed for a while. Real life racing driver, of course. Driving in the number 2 for the Sim Power, a Belgian team. Julian has been around in Live for Speed as long as I can remember. And great to see him out here in the 4 hours of Kyoto. There's our race leader there, overtaking. This is a little bit different from the car that Julian races in real life. Races in the VW Beetle, the Beetle Fun Cup. A bit of a change to be in the Sim and a McLaren, but anyway. Here is our race leader catching up to Maserati then in the GT3 class as Sick goes off. So we're going to get a change for position in GT3 with the race leader going through, the overall race leader, and that is a change for position in GT3. Maserati through on Sick. Number 99 overtakes number 42 onto the oval. And that was an unforced error from Sick there, and valuable time being given away to someone that clearly has done the practice and has got everything pretty well smoothed out as they continue to lap quite nicely around Kyoto International. Just a reminder that if you're a stats nerd and you want to see all the timing more than we can show at any one time on our broadcast, then you can head over to the tracker on the New Dimension Racing website. That's tracker.newdimensionracing.com. NDR are, of course, providing race control and stewarding, live stewarding to this event, hence the race control messages that we're getting. As we get another message in our ear from race control, Jay Garcia, the number 33, has punctures in both front tyres, so that is certainly something we can get on the cameras, and this is going to be a slow end to the lap. In fact, we may see some intervention if this doesn't go so well. Allowing your car to get 2 front punctures is unlucky, but there we go. Sometimes in Live for Speed you can see this coming, but Garcia unfortunately has driven far too many laps without giving us a pit stop, so race control will be keeping a close eye on this car. It doesn't appear to be anybody particularly close by. Not enough of a issue at the moment to cause any sort of involvement from the safety car, but never say never. We've got DLV in the number, that's the number 995 going through, but that was fine. That appears to be the only car for a while for Garcia to worry about, so this should be, we should stay green for this to be fine for Garcia to come into the pit lane without us affecting the running. And very carefully and precise through the final hairpin. System in the LMP will be the next car to potentially come across this slow car, but I think the number 33 is already in the pit lane, so no problem whatsoever. Good call from race control to keep the race running. The system will be none the wiser as what was going on and can continue to focus on the race. The 62 team has had a driver change. Olivieri now takes over from his teammate. Dodislav leads LMP, ASK for MRC in P2. System for the number 9 FSR team in P3, with Christopher Anderson in the 77 of Friendly Racing by FSR team in P4, and Ramses the 91 going for Growler Racing there in P5 in LMP, with Valenzies, who's been off a couple of times, but doing fine at the moment. Or Hormigaloka Racing, number 6 in LMP. Our race leader in GT3 is once again Maserati. Got down to P3 after a drive-through and has slowly gained his way back up to the front of this class. Driving solo for Team America 3. Then it's Julian Dean. Driving the number 2 McLatter 700S GT3 Evo for the Sim Power. His name is Erox, for anyone who remembers. Real life racer in Belgium, and currently P2 overall in LMP. In GT3. Then we've got Owen Harmon driving for SM Racing. Took over from Steve after about 45-50 minutes. Closer to the hour, I think. For the number 68. Currently P3, he'll be happy with that at the moment. Podium is always what you want out of one of these big endurance races. Next we've got Sick, P4 in GT3 at the moment for Yes We Can, a solo entry in the Protec 92 GT3 mod. Next it's the number 60, Gun Garage 3. 2-car entry, Ben Madigan and Donald. This is Donald Fener. Next, it's Olivieri for FSR Team GT, number 62. Martler, number 87, Twister OS Racing, solo entry in the Ferra 488 GT3 mod. Another Belgian driver. Then we've got DLV in the 995, solo entry again, TVH by French Alpha Racing. Then it's Garaxi, the number 23, 15th overall. This is a duo of drivers. We've had Proxima in this car, and Proxima handed over to Garaxi. That was quite close there by that LMP. That's Christopher Anderson getting pretty up close and personal with Garaxi there. A new driver taking over from Garcia after the double puncher. Cifuentes takes over the number 33 machine, and this is Team America 2, a 2-car duo. This is Olguita, a Mexican driver. His teammate is an Argentinian, so South American and Central American duo. Papator is next for the 21. 21 is Texas Drivers 2. Le Mans Show gave us the first stint. Papator in now. Circulating well, but did lose a place earlier on. As we've got Rosé for the 142 in. This is a duo again. Wonderful, get a driver change here. Yes, we do. Thomas takes over the car. Another driver change for us to witness, and the 142 has a fresh set of eyes in the car, fresh set of hands, and hopefully that means we'll see something interesting from this entry. As we've had a driver change also for the number 59 that comes into the pit lane, presumably at the end of their stint. The 59 Team Pelican. Pat de la Pan was in this car, handed over to Neron, and this is not a pit stop, this is a drive-through penalty for crossing the pit lane exit blend line. That's the second of such penalties we've had so far this race. The first was for the 21 3 laps ago. So 59 drives in and straight back out again, and Neron gives us a drive-through, and that was a lapping there by DLV, who's just snuck through. So there we go, another bit of action for you, as we are now into hour 2 of 4 hours of Kyoto in Live for Speed. And I love saying that. I love the endurance races that we get here in LFS. It's a pleasure to be able to cover round 3 of the LFS France Endurance Series. And this is an especially nice one because it's a charity event for the 24 Hours of Anna. Yes, thank you very much for joining us for our coverage. There is also French commentary over on Twitch and YouTube on NFR Nanex's channel. Please do go ahead and follow that if you would like to hear some French commentary. But of course, thanks for joining us here on Sim Broadcasts for our coverage of this event. But do spread the love. Go and give Nanex a follow and a subscription on YouTube if you can, and of course, please, we'd appreciate the same here too. If you feel like you want to keep up to date with what we're putting out in Live for Speed and iRacing, our coverage on our channel, we do appreciate your support. So thank you very much for everything you guys do for us here on our channel. As we continue to watch DLV circulating through Parabolica on the infield here. And Dodislav now, 30 seconds is the gap in LMP, 13 seconds is the gap in GT3. But yeah, the gap at the top of LMP is absolutely astounding. Half a minute. And Dodislav has lapped quite a number of the field already on his pursuit to try and win the 2025 edition of this race. 24 Hours for Anna has been running for a long number of years, 10 years in fact. It's a pleasure to be involved as the broadcast partner for, or one of the broadcast partners, should I say, for this event. Let's see how Owen Harmon's getting on, shall we? Currently P3. Just lapped Papator. And currently 29 seconds away from the next car in class. As we watch him down towards that corner, turn 9. Haven't seen any drama in here for a while. We'll watch him through Spoon. Down onto the hairpin. And I bet Owen is enjoying this. Don't see him behind the wheel very often in Live for Speed, but when we do, it's always entertaining. Owen's done a bunch of practice for this, so expecting good things from my man, but he's doing right so far. This is good stuff. As here comes the Hormigaloka. Oh, we've got a car off. We've got a car off in the gravel. Hadn't noticed that. Apologies. The Hormigaloka racing car gets through on Stephen Martin, but we've got car 33 off in the gravel. Fuentes is back out, but into the gravel. Not sure. I mean, there would have been flags down there for the drivers to realise, but we weren't aware that that was happening. But back out and onto the track is Cifuentes, and that's the same car that we saw come into the pit lane with 2 front tyres out. So these guys are having a pretty poor race at the moment, and they want to turn it around as best they can. So trying to keep the car out of the gravel trap has to be a priority. Hopefully they can do that. As interestingly, the gap to our race leader has come down slightly, so it's going to ebb and flow throughout the race, and it's a long race. And both our top 2 in LMP are solo drivers. We may see the momentum change somewhat depending on who has the better endurance. But the gap between P1 and P2 is coming down slightly. Opposite story in GT3, the gap to P2 has gone up by 3 seconds in the last 2 laps between Maserati and Sheen. So Maserati absolutely dialed in. Solo driver doesn't have to worry about any kind of unpredictability with teammates. His consistency is in his control and his alone. But there we go, Maserati doing a stellar job in the lead once again in our GT3 class. Lost it for a little bit, but has regained it. And every single driver on our timing tower has given us 1 pit stop. So, as I've just said that, somebody has just given us a second pit stop, and that's Mark Lurch, who spoils the combination somewhat, but there we go, it's fine. Dodislav is also in, our race leader in LMP, also in at exactly the same time. And, well, this will be interesting now, because how has Johnny SVK managed with the fuel saving? Apparently quite well. He's able to give us another lap, so Johnny SVK stays out, and that's important in an endurance race. Doing more laps than your competitors on a load of fuel is really, really crucial. And back out then, Dodislav in P2, with Johnny SVK taking over the lead. But for how long? We've also got Ramses in. Ramses giving us a pit stop. Damage repair going on that machine, so will be a little bit of a longer stop, so that could potentially be good news for Valences, who will take some time out of Ramses there. But Johnny SVK now did have the pace before Dodislav came in, gaining time over the race leader, and now has the lead for himself. And it's really the opportunity on low fuel and good tyres to push. Needs to take as much advantage out of Dodislav as he can at the end of the stint, and with not too much traffic around, as Dodislav has traffic, GT3 that gets out of the way. Ramses exits the pit lane. Johnny SVK there, getting through on Christopher Anderson. That's another lapping that has happened. So Johnny SVK and Dodislav definitely doing the numbers in this race. That's DLV just in front, the 995. And he moves well out of the way and lets our LMP2 class cars through. Good multi-class conduct from the drivers, and that's to be expected. This is round 3 of a endurance championship that's taking place in Live for Speed, the LFS France endurance series. So we have the number 91 right behind the number 6 now. This is a battle for position in the LMP class, so we must watch this. As Ramses needs to pick his battles, but Ramses has made an extra stop over the Hormigaloka racing team ahead, so this should be fairly easy, but so far not as easy maybe as they would have wanted. The 6 is going to be coming to the end of a stint, whereas Ramses has just started a stint, so the fuel load in the number 91 is going to be much higher than that of the 6, as we're out onto the oval now, and Ramses has a huge slipstream, but also is lugging around a full fuel tank. Onto the outside then, and onto the brakes as the position tied up. So there we go, move at the beginning of the stint for Ramses on a driver that's at the end of the stint. That's a little bit unusual. So Valenci's not having an really easy time of this, really. A pit stop down on the number 91. So Hormigaloka Racing, 2-driver lineup. Sebastian Real next out in this outfit, as that was very close to the grass for Valenci's. Close is fine. We've got Johnny SVK making his way through on our GT3 that gave him plenty of room very late on there. Great heads-up driving from our field today. Absolutely no complaints from me on multi-class etiquette. Romane, car 27 there, being very generous with the space. Super clean driving from him. SVK taking advantage, of course, as you will do as an LMP2 driver. And Dodislav now. Let's keep an eye on that gap now that things have settled down. As there we go, Dodislav the 40 making his move on the 995 of DLV. Let's see if that gap changes any. Dodislav has pitted, therefore has a high fuel load. Johnny SVK still circulating, doesn't go into the pits this lap either. That is crucial. Another lap, potentially, on a low fuel load. Let's see what the gap is between our leaders. Remember, it was 30 seconds, 29 seconds, in fact, when Dodislav came into the pits. And if that gap grows to much more, and there you go, another almost 2 seconds. Or rather, the gap grows by at least a second there to 19.6, almost 20 seconds now, the gap between first and second. And that was just one sector that gap had opened up by. So, great pace at the late stage of his stint for Johnny SVK. This is nice. We've definitely got a battle on for P1 in LMP. The pace is quite similar. Oh, we've got a car off. That is that's Olivieri. That's Jensen's teammate off at turn 9. I said before we hadn't had anyone off at turn 9. Now it's happened. I'm happy with that. I can tick it off in my list of things that normally happen at Kyoto. And Olivieri has been off turn 9, adding to the woes of their race so far. But still, it's been a kind of a fight back to the front. And currently, solid mid-pack for that car, but for really thinking about what could have been for the number 62. Thanks for joining our coverage here on Sim Broadcasts, English commentary coverage of the 4 Hours of Kyoto. There is a sister broadcast happening in French on NFR Nanex's Twitch and YouTube channel. Please go and support them as well for their coverage of this event. But we appreciate having you along here as well. Garaxi in the pit lane. We've had a driver change already. Proxima in the car before. Garaxi now stationary, but I wonder if they're going to swap back over now or Proxima will jump in again at the end. It's the team's choice. There's no mandated behaviour. Double stints are...
All drivers stand by for virtual safety car.
VSC called, and it's Olivieri. It's that number 62.
4, 3, 2, 1. VSC.
Virtual safety car called by Jonathan Palmer, race director there, in your ears. And it's because Olivieri is stuck in the gravel trap. There are rescue cars out and about on the circuit that will try to rescue the stranded car. Jonathan Prevost is on his way to the scene, and we should see this rescue mission happen before our very eyes as the other drivers on the track will make their way through. But yeah, this is on the infield in a place where it's slightly uncommon to find a car. So that's why it's only a virtual safety car, as here comes a rather aggressive push from Jonathan Prevost in the RB4 rescue car, and a bit of a power slide back onto the track from JP2, and fingers crossed the VSC will be ending. So message from race control that the VSC is in fact ending.
Stand by for restart.
And you can see all the drivers driving around at a sort of
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Driving around at a mandated speed, and they'll all hear that race control message in the TeamSpeak server. It's one of the beauties of running an event with NDR, that all the drivers know exactly when the VSC starts and ends, and they can react at exactly the same time. They each get that message at exactly the same time. So it's as fair as it can be, really, in sim racing. And we are back to green flag racing. That was our first caution period of the event, and thankfully it was only a VSC. We didn't have to bunch everyone back up again, which can really change the face of a race, as Dodislav is back within 3 seconds of JSK. Now, what on earth has happened there that's meant that 15 seconds has gone awry? I'm going to send Chris away to review a replay here, because either Dodislav has been driving at full race speed under VSC, or Johnny SVK has had an incident that we didn't see on the stream. So we are going to review that incident, and Chris McElroy in my ear is going to tell me what happened. That's meant we have only 3 seconds back between our LMP2 leaders. System currently 3rd in LMP, and it seems as though everything else is status quo in the rest of the classes. I don't think there's been a dramatic change in GT3, but certainly there's been a change in LMP. So much so that even I picked up on it. My commentary position. Johnny SVK did what I didn't even add to my list of options, and he pitted under VSC. So a very, very opportunistic pit stop for JSK has meant that gap that you see on the screen is the actual gap for the race lead now. There's no pit stop that needs to be served anymore. And there you see it on our graphics that 2 stops apiece. Johnny SVK has used a brilliant strategy, or maybe it was luck, but anyway, a brilliant strategy to come into the pit lane under VSC, and comes out with a 2.5 second lead in the race. Well, a master stroke at the 1.5 hour mark for our LMP field. Boleslav will be a little bit annoyed, I'd say. Had a super advantage, and JSK's got a lot of traffic now. Big power slide through turn 3 there for Dodislav, but a lot of traffic as well for JSK. He makes quick work of it, but Dodislav's going to meet this traffic at the worst possible place. In fact, there's a lot of traffic for everyone at this point. There you go, we've got 6 of our 20 car field in the same shot. Doesn't happen too often at such a long track, 10 kilometers of Kyoto International, and Dodislav's met this traffic at the worst possible time. Has to go around the outside of the BMW M4 there. And can set his sights on Sick, who hopefully doesn't have to meet at turn 9. This is an even worse part of the lap to meet at GT3. Lots and lots of dirty air coming off the back of it, but yeah, Sick experienced. Lets Dodislav through as they head into Spoon then. Into the infield, and it does appear as though the gap has remained roughly the same. Maybe it has opened up ever so slightly, but anyway, not too much of a difference. And this starts to get exciting then. It's been a bit of a lull for a while, but slowly but surely we are going to have potentially another lead battle in the 4 hours of Kyoto. JSK with another back marker here. That's Christopher Anderson, number 77. The friendly racing by FSR team car. As they make their way down to the end of the infield section then. Grab a view from the helicopter shot for that overtake. And there is our race leader heading through onto the oval. P2 in the race, just 2 cars back, or 1 car back from GSK. Who took over from his teammate, is pretty close to Thomas, and in fact Thomas has made the move. Moves up to P15 then. Change for position there for the GT3 field as well. Good to see that there's still some battles that are definitely alive and kicking in that class as we approach the halfway stage of the 4 hours of Kyoto. Still 20 cars running of our 21 starters. We lost the number 10 at the early stages of this race. That was the Ford Rally Sport team. João Paulo from Portugal left the race. We also lost Texas drivers. However, I think Texas drivers has merged. The Texas Drivers 2 team have used have gone with the 80, what was it? They had the 82 entry, they're now running the 21. So either Papator started with the wrong car number and they switched over to the correct one, or something else has happened as we've got Le Mans Show in the pit lane and back out again. Took over from Papator. So Le Mans Show rejoins at the very back, 2 seconds from Cifuentes, number 33. And if you're just joining us, thank you for joining. As we now resume the lead battle, Johnny SVK defends from Dodislav, and this is all square. If you've just come back from a break and you wonder what's happened, Johnny SVK pitted under the VFC, got pretty much a free pit stop, and that is why we now see a lead battle between Dodislav, who's held the lead for the longest time, has had to relinquish it through a genius stroke or a stroke of luck for Johnny SVK, but that luck has ended. Dodislav is through, and the lead in the LMP class changes once again. Johnny SVK has to stare at the back of Dodislav's Prototype 2 and wonder how am I going to compete with the speed of that machine. Lead change confirmed on the timing tower. The only solace for JSK is that he has the fastest lap still in this race. As Dodislav runs wide, but it's fine. Anderson pits. I wonder if this will be a driver change for the number 77. Friendly racing by FSR team. I wonder if we're going to hand it back over to Mr. Plant. We'll wait and see. But Dodislav, important move that. The number 40 moves back into the lead. And Johnny SVK will just be in despair. Genius stroke to pit at the end of the virtual safety car, but the pace of Dodislav he just can't compete with that, as Mr. Plant does take back over from his teammate Christopher Anderson in the number 77. Friendly racing by FSR team. As Maserati has now opened up a 31-second gap over Sheen. Was half that not so long ago. Sheen having a little bit of trouble as Mr. Plant goes wide at turn 4. Another sticky gravel trap that, and a bit of a shock, a bit of a wake-up call at the 4th corner of his second stint in this race. As we have another drive-through penalty for somebody. Car 23, Proxima again. Another pit lane exit blend line infringement. You'd think the drivers would have noticed by now that there's a pit lane exit blend line, and there's been 3 penalties for crossing it so far in this race. It's not that difficult to stay within that line given how straight it is, but there we go. Drivers feeling the wrath of the race control today. Quite a silly penalty that for the number 23, Proxima. Our top 3 are pretty close on track, but one of them's a lap down. Dodislav there just rounding the final corner, so too is Johnny SVK, but Whiskey P is now a lap down on our race leaders. So P1 and 2, that's where the action is in this race at the moment, as car 6 has just been through the pits. Valences. No driver change yet for that team, so I wonder if it's going to be a solo entry or maybe a late join for the second driver in the number 6. We're expecting 2 drivers. Sebastian Real is listed as a driver in the number 6 team. Of course, doesn't have to turn up, doesn't have to drive. Solo entries are absolutely fine, but if you're expecting a teammate to take over, it's often nice to happen at some point, so we'll see if that does in fact materialise later on. As we are approaching that halfway mark. A few notices then. This is part of the LFS France Endurance Series. Find out more information about that on the LFS forum. Head over to the Leagues and Events section and find LFS France Endurance Series listed there. And you can make a sign up and join the next round. Part of a multi-round championship. And we are lucky enough to have been invited along to cover round number 3. There are 7 rounds. The next round will be in February, at the end of February, so still plenty of time to join the 2 hours Street of South City event that takes place at a custom configuration at South City. Then there's the 4 hours of Fern Bay, an 8 hour at Aston South, and a 650 kilometre 200 lap race around a replica of Adelaide, famous Australian circuit, for round 7, the finale, which will take place on the 22nd of June. So a fairly interesting calendar for this series, and it's great that they support the 24 hours of Anna somewhere along their timeline of races. An event I've known about for a number of years, and nice to finally be involved. Always happy to do a charity event. And speaking of that charity, the link for any donations is in our chat. Speaking of, the funding goal for the Association Quebec Gwyn Enfance and Cancer is currently funded. They've reached their €15,000 goal, and they've raised almost €20,000 for the underlying charity Enfance et Cancer. Thanks to everyone who has donated, and thanks to everyone who has supported the event. As we continue to watch Hormagaloka Racing round turn number 3, and on their way to the series of corners that must be the most enjoyable in the LMP2, the sweepers here at Kyoto. Absolutely brilliant set of corners, genius set of corners. Drives so nicely in so many cars, but I'm sure it's super sweet in the LMP as Owen Harmon for SM Racing pulls into his pit box. And will it be a driver change for Owen? And I wonder if it is a driver change, whether he's going to come and say a few words in the commentary box and give us some insight into what it was like to take part in this event. But let's see if he actually hands the car back over to Steve Martin as we continue to focus on Dodislav. Steve does take over the car. We'll give Owen a few minutes to shake the sweat from his brow and have some refreshment before I bother him with questions. If indeed he's even up for questions. There we go. I'll leave that up to him. A reminder to all that the commentary box waiting room is open for any driver or team that fancies a chat with me here in the commentary box to get your insights into what it's like to drive in an endurance race in Live for Speed in 2025 and to support this good cause here this evening, on your Saturday evening or Sunday morning, wherever it is you're enjoying the action from. Thanks as well to the teams for providing some rather excellent liveries for us to enjoy. One of the great things about an endurance race is the liveries that we get to see. And I think we're going to have a quick word with Owen Harmon. Owen, welcome to the commentary box of the 4 hours of Kyoto. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, Pete. Thanks for asking.
Good stuff. I'm sorry if I've been bothering you with the commentary whispers here in TeamSpeak. I do apologise for that. But how was your stint? Looked pretty good.
Yeah, I'm very proud of it, to be honest. Steve set me up perfectly for what we needed to do. His battles in the first 20-25 minutes were absolutely fantastic, so I hope you enjoyed them. I took off my commentary roles for my stint, so don't worry about that. I didn't hear you. And I put back on just now, so all good. Yeah, my own stint, I was in clear air for most of the time, pretty much holding on to the top 5 when other people ahead of me pitted. I was back in position, so can't complain one bit. I'm very pleased I hit my target lap times and all, so great.
I mean, it was a consistent stint. I didn't have to turn the cameras to you and say, "Oh no," not a single, not once. So, yes. But yeah, you got to be nice. You've given the car back to Steve in a healthy P5 in class, and Steve more than capable of maintaining and potentially gaining it on that position. What's the outlook? Where do you think you'll end up if things stay as they are?
Well, knowing how strongly he's driven in the first 2 rounds of the championship, we are aiming for certainly 3rd or 4th. I think that'll be about right. Like Maserati and the number 2 team look really strong today, so yeah, it'll be a tough challenge to meet them head to head, but we'll be ready to give it a go. So 3rd place, best case scenario for me personally.
So, a question on that then. Obviously, this Live Speed France Endurance Series has a number of different rounds and a number of different formats, and some of the races are quite a lot longer than others. So, is Steve going to invite you back if you do a good job today?
Yeah, I was in for round 1, but he wanted to do round 2 by himself. So I'd say if I perform the job well twice, then yeah, I'll be asked back for a longer stint when needed. So yeah, I'm enjoying the car. It's an absolutely fantastic mod. I got the hang of it really well, particularly in the first round. It was like it did exactly what I wanted to do. So yeah, I'd recommend giving this car a try if you ever fancy GT3 driving.
Well, thanks very much, Owen. I think the round that makes the most sense for Steve to invite you back would be the Aston South one, which is a combo. It makes so much sense to be a combination at Aston, but I'd never heard of it until now, and it looks fantastic. So that's an 8-hour, and that happens in May. So I'm guessing you might get the call up for that one at least. A lot to do solo for Steve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have to do the number crunching to see where we stand and which rounds we can drop, as you only have the best scores counted towards a championship table. So we can, if we have a bad day or an absence, we can drop the score without trouble. So yeah, the 8-hour would be a heck of a challenge. We may need backup as well, so we'll see how we get on.
There's just been an announcement from Race Control that you might be interested in. I don't know if you've seen it, Owen, but Car 68 is among the cars that are currently under investigation for VSC procedure. So, oh dear, you were in the car during the VSC procedure. So, can you potentially shed some light on what that might be about?
I was completely on my own, so I have to imagine it was a case of not meeting the speed limit on time. Like when you have the countdown, maybe I was caught speeding. I certainly hope not, but yeah, that could be double checked, and if it's a penalty, then I'll have to hold my hand up.
Okay, well, not a large number of cars are involved. 2, 6, 9, 21, 59, 68, 73, 77, 91 and 142. It would have been quicker to list the cars that weren't under investigation for that accident, I think. But yeah, anyway, a number of cars under investigation for VSC procedure issues. So yeah, we've lost a car as well. I think someone's just, in fact, the 23 has telepitted, which is a shame. Number 23 was running slightly higher up. But yeah, Owen, are you back in the car at the end of the race?
Yeah, I need to drive one more stint, so yeah, I'll have to stay alert and see what happens.
Brilliant. Well, we'll let you refresh yourself, and do feel free to come and have a word with us at the end of the race, or indeed at any other point. But I appreciate you coming to answer some questions immediately after jumping out the car. And yeah, unless you've got any final kind of thoughts about the event in general, or the races and how it's progressing, then I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah, just obviously the LMPs, they're looking pretty hefty at the minute. So well done to all those drivers still giving it a go. Like there was a competitive battle for the lead. So yeah, I wish them the very best of luck as well as our GT3 competitors too.
Well, thanks a lot, Owen. We'll catch you a little bit later, and best of luck to you in the remaining hours of this race.
Nice one. Thanks very much. Take care.
Cheers, Owen. Catch you later.
Bye bye.
Owen Harmon there, driving for SM Racing. One of the cars currently under investigation for VSC infringements, but we'll bring you up to speed with that once we have more details. Owen, not sure he knows why he's been pulled up for that, but suggests it could be because he didn't get down to the target speed when the VSC was called. So we will see. Currently watching Dodislav, who is not one of the cars under investigation. We thought that he might be, but it turned out... Sorry, we thought that JSK might be. But he's not one of them either. Oh, I've misinterpreted my notes. JSK is, in fact, one of the drivers that is under investigation for the VSC infringement. Car 2 on your timing tower, 73 is the entry number. Is one of 9 cars currently being looked at for that incident, and we'll bring you more information on that once we know what's going on. Here he is. Not only did he lose out on P1, is now being investigated as well, and his competitor, the race leader, is not currently being investigated. So Whiskey P comes up behind one of the GT3s and gets through there. Number 27, Romane, driving in the Ferrari. And a nice livery there with the event logo on the roof. It's on the bonnet, sorry. Great stuff. Nice to hear from Owen. It'd be nice to hear from a few others in the field at some point. So yeah, the invitation still stands for anybody that's watching who wants to hop in to say a few words after a stint or whatever. Obviously a number of the drivers are not in that position. They are driving this race solo and therefore probably can't even hear what I'm saying, let alone have the chance to join in for an interview, but they can come in at the end. So please do stick around and come and say a few words to me at the very end of the race. Just a reminder, if you are interested in the gaps and who's moving where, then all of the timing for this event is provided for you and your convenience at tracker.unidimensionracing.com. As we lose another car, we're down to 18 cars now. We lost Proxima and his teammate for the NFR team. They're out, so unfortunately NFR Team 1 the 4M GT3, Proxima and Graxi will take no further part as Ramses rejoins. Was that a disconnection? Ramses rejoins the race and has now left the race again, timed out of the server, so we'll be able to rejoin. We'll be given some laps back, but that is desperately unlucky for the number 91. Oh, and still having trouble getting back into the race, so hopefully they can resolve whatever is currently going off with that. But yeah, an unfortunate timeout for the number 91 as the number 40 on your screen overtakes the 995. That's the TVH by French Alpha Racing team. As Ramses is given his laps back and pops up there to the top of, or rather the bottom of the LMP category. We're approaching the 2-hour mark, which means we have 2 hours to go. And we thank you for watching the coverage here on Sim Broadcasts for 4 Hours of Kyoto, round 3 of the LFS Endurance Championship Series in Live for Speed, organised by LFS France. And it's customary at this point to do another full rundown, so that is what I shall begin. In earnest, it's the number 40, Dodislav, who leads overall and in the LMP class. That is the Sosiski solo entry, Sosiski Racing Prototype 2 solo entry. Lost the lead through a genius move by this driver, Johnny SVK, driving for Master Race Car in the number 73 Prototype 2. Pitted at the very beginning of a virtual safety car and managed to gain a free pit stop over Dodislav, but Dodislav's pace, 14 seconds, has opened up once again between P1 and P2 in LMP, but then the gap is even bigger. It's more than a lap back to Whiskey P in the number 9. This is a team consisting of 3 drivers. We've seen System, who's driven a stint, but now Whiskey P is back in the car. This is a 3-driver entry, the FSR team driving the Prototype 2, currently P3 in LMP. Then we've got Mr. Plant, who's done 2 stints, or this is the second stint of presumably 2, because his teammate has also been into the car. This is the number 77 Friendly Racing by FSR team entry. Christopher Anderson was driving that car just before, but has been handed back over to Mr. Plant, who circulates in P4 in class. Next, we have Valenci's for Hormigaloka Racing, has flip-flopped between P5 and P6, but currently holds onto P5, has driven this car since the beginning, though his teammate should give us a stint, although may not. It's completely up to them. They don't have to compete in every round, but Sebastian Real is Valenci's teammate, and hopefully we see him at some point as he makes a move there on a Ferrari. Next we have Ramses, who had some connection trouble, timed out and has rejoined and has been credited some laps back. Currently finds himself a number of laps off the lead, but as we head around to the timing line, we should see the correct number back in play. And yeah, it's only a lap that they've lost, so not too bad, as in fact less than a lap, so that's nice, over the next car in class. So the number 91, that is the Growler Racing Team 4-car entry. So Ramses has been the only driver so far in that team, so 3 teammates who either aren't competing tonight or will join later on. That concludes the 6 cars that started and that currently are still running in the LMP class. Maserati, helpfully, has made a pit stop just as we head to talk about the race leader. In fact, Maserati will still be the race leader after his pit stop, because Julian Shine is coming into the pit lane out of P2. So the number 99 solo entry for Team America 3 in the 4M GT3 mod. The Dutch driver Maserati makes his way down to turn number 1 with a huge lead, 48 seconds at the line over Julian Shine. The number 2, who's driving for the Sim Power Aerox, alongside Alex Loudons in that car. So a good entry, but again, Maserati's just got the pace on them at the moment, and the gap to P2, from P1 to P2, is growing and growing. Then we've got Sick, the number 42. This is Yes We Can solo entry in the ProTech 92 GT3, currently lapping in P3 in class, as Alex Loudons does take over the car from Julian. And here we've got Donald Fener, driving for the number 60 Gum Garage team in the ProTech 92 GT3. John Madigan had the car before, but now handed back over to Donald for another stint. Then we've got Stephen Martin, who was in the car at the start, handed over to Owen Harmon, and is back in for his second stint of the day. We'll hand back over to Owen for the final hour. That's the number 68 SM Racing entry into GT3, currently lapping 5th in that class. Then we've got the 995 DLV. Now this is an interesting one because this car has been climbing up the order slowly but surely. The consistency has been right there. The number 95 TVH by French Alpha Racing GT3 entry, currently lapping P6 in class. Next we've got the 87. The 87 is the Twister OS Racing solo entry Ferra 488 GT3, Belgian driver Martler here. And we've got Livieri in the number 62, 14th overall, and Livieri driving for the FSR Team GT in the Fund Mustang GT3. A French-Dutch team. Next we've got the 142, very striking livery with the pink, yellow and purple. I really like it. And the 142 is the Magic for Anna Turtles team. Climbed up the order since the start, so making waves into the second half of our 4 hours of Kyoto event. That's a Belgium and French lineup. As we move to the number 27 then. Romane, 16th overall. And this is the Tractor Driver Racing Team, my favourite team name of the day. I'm easily pleased. I make no apologies. Great team name. As we've got Olivieri in the pit lane, potentially for another driver change for the number 62. As we continue the rundown, so Cifuentes, 17th overall, the number 33. That is the Team America 2 entry, Ferra 488 GT3, with Desnache and Olguita, the Argentinian and Mexican drivers driving for this team. Then we've got the Mancho, 18th overall, and sporting some rather hefty damage, which has been picked up while we haven't been watching, so I'd be interested to know where that came from. Lots of front right damage, hopefully only cosmetic, but yeah, the 21 has had some drama. That's Texas Drivers 2, Papator and the Mancho both driving for that outfit, as we have a change of position in the LMP2 class, presumably because of a pit stop between Hormigaloka Racing and number 91, as there is contact between the number 91 and DLV, that is the 995. Yeah, that was a little bit close, or a little bit too close rather. And then finally, we have Project, the number 59. Hearing in my ear that Ramses was not credited with a lap they should have been given in the tracker, so that's why Ramses is now ahead of Hormigaloka Racing. So it wasn't a pit stop, it was that there was an extra lap owed to that car by race control. So in fact, Hormigaloka Racing are 6th and last in LMP, and Project that we see on the screen at the moment for the 59, that's the Team Pelican car that we have seen 3 drivers for. We've seen Neron, we've seen Pat Delapan, and now Project is in the car. So let's see what he can manage. Can he salvage something from this race? 33 seconds is the gap to 18th overall and 12th in class. So we will see if there can be a bit of a change there, as we've got Donald Fener into the pit lane, stays in the car for Gum Garage, or rather today Gum Garage 3, and resumes the race. As Dodislav has given us another pit stop, which means JSK opens the gap again, and interestingly that gap is back to 30 seconds where it was the last time this happened. So we'll see what that means later on when the dust settles and all the pit stops have been done, as we've got Martler in the pit lane as well. That's number 87. That's Twister OS Racing, giving us another pit stop. Thank you for joining us here on Twitch and YouTube. If you're enjoying our coverage of this event and you want to keep in the loop for what we're putting out in Live for Speed and iRacing on our channel, then please consider subscription on Twitch or a follow and a like and a subscription on YouTube if you so please. Your support means everything to us. Without our viewers and our drivers in the races, we cannot do what we do. So thank you very much for your support, and thank you indeed for joining us for coverage of the 4 hours of Kyoto in support of the 24 hours for Anna, a series of events that are happening across the esports and sim racing world. If you do want to get involved and show more support for the event, you can click the link that's in chat to donate to the charity behind this event. And thanks of course to Live Speed France for hosting us for today. Pleasure to be here to commentate on another Live for Speed endurance event. We're into hour number 3, solidly into hour number 3, and we've got plenty of action still to come. The drivers getting late in the day now, getting early in the day as well for some people. But our South Americans in the height of summer down there, so slightly different to contend with. There are different factors to contend with other than our Europeans, Northern Hemisphere Europeans, who are having to deal with an opposite problem in their sim rigs at this point. Of course, referring to the heat of this Southern Hemisphere summer and the winter of us here in the Northern Hemisphere, as Car 2 receives a 10-second stop-go penalty for failure to be at the VSC speed when it was deployed. So car number 2, that is second place in the GT3 class. That was Julian Shine driving the car at that point, and it's Alex Loudons that now drives that car and will have to serve a 10-second stop and go. That's huge for P2 in GT3. That means that Sick is going to get P2. Stephen Martin is going to get a bit of a leg up on that as well. There's a 46-second gap between Stephen Martin and Owen Harmon and Alex. So, oof, yeah, that's big. That's big in the race. Over here, car 6 also given a drive-through penalty for failure to be at VSC speed. Car number 6, that is the Hormigaloka Racing LMP2 that's just come out of the pit lane. I wonder. We just got the message that was that was a drive-through for that car. I wonder if we got the message late and that was the the drive-through being served. We'll get clarification on that, whether that's already been served. But we also have a confirmation that car 9 also has a drive-through for failure to be at the VSC speed when it was deployed. Car number 9 is Whiskey P, so that's even more drama because that's P3 in LMP. Though the gap back to P4 is the gap back to P4 is 1 minute 22 seconds. So that's not going to affect it too much, I guess. Anyway, summary: penalties for car 2. That's P2 in GT3, and penalties for P3 and P6 in LMP2. Car 6 and 9 receiving drive-throughs. But yeah, let's see what Alex decides to do. Alex has not gone into the pit lane on this occasion, does not choose to serve that 10-second stop-and-go penalty at this stage. Oh, but the penalties keep coming. It's a 10-second stop-go penalty for car 21. NDR working hard with the live stewarding. Excellent to see. Le Mans Show, car 21. Driving for Texas Drivers 2 will have to serve that penalty. And as I mentioned before, a large amount of damage on the front end of this car. And remember, the Race Control had to review 9 separate incidents throughout the VSC period, and the penalties are starting to come. So potentially 5 more penalties to come. In fact, Chris Mayer said it's 10, but I don't know. I counted 9 anyway. Apparently, I can't count. Sick is in the pit lane, so this will somewhat negate the advantage that he could have with Loudons, and that means that Steve Martin does, in fact, gain a place. So the number 68 SM Racing team is back up to P3, so that's good news for them. As we do have another penalty, it's for the 59. The 59 is Project down there in our last position in GT3. Stop-go penalty, failure to be at VSC speed when VSC deployed. Well, if Steve is about to get a penalty, it's coming up next because they seem to be going through car number order. So Owen, hold on to your butt. Have you got a penalty or not? We're about to find out if the number 68 will indeed have to serve the penalty as well. Uh-oh, in the chat from Owen. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Hasn't happened yet, so let's see if Owen does indeed get that penalty. But yes, Sick has given us another pit stop. There on screen. And it's currently Johnny SVK leading the way, and interestingly, he's opened the gap from 29 to 31 seconds while he's been lapping. So the heavier fuel load in that number 40 car, Dodislav's car, has made a big difference. And Owen, you're safe. Steve, you are safe. SM Racing has not been given a penalty because car 77 now has been awarded a drive-through penalty. The stewards have decided that Owen was at safety car speed and therefore does not receive a penalty. So car 77, that is who was driving that car at the time? That was Mr. Plant that's in the car now, but it wasn't Mr. Plant who was in the car at the time. Driving the 77 then was Christopher Anderson. So Christopher Anderson's given Mr. Plant that penalty. And they don't stop. Number 91. Car 91 and car 142. So the 91 Ramesses 10-second stop-go penalty for this team. Failure to be at the VSC speed when the VSC was deployed. There was a big warning for that, so there is really no excuse. So the number 91 is the Growler Racing team, currently being driven by Ramesses. That may have an impact. It takes some time to do these stop-go penalties, so Paul McElroy Racing given another chance to close the gap on the number 91. As we have car 21, Le Mans Show, in the pit lane for their penalty, while we talk about another car that has a penalty. That's the number 142, Rosé, driving for Magic for Anna Turtles, has to serve a penalty. And here you can see the sim bin, which is where you serve your time penalties. You don't serve them in a pit stop, you serve them at a predefined point. And just to confirm for Steve and Owen's health that they receive no further action, car 68 SM Racing, no further action there in GT3, and indeed 73. That is the number the number 73, currently P1 in LMP. Johnny SVK Master Race Car team, no further action for them either. So that's good. That doesn't affect our lead race in LMP at all. As we have the 142, Rosé about to jump into... No, hasn't gone into the sim bin, so won't be serving their penalty now. Has done a drive-through instead, so no sim bin necessary for them. 59 is doing a stop-go into the sim bin. So that's where you serve those penalties. That is going to feel like an absolute age. So there we go. Owen in the chat also acknowledging the fact that there were quite a lot of drivers that weren't investigated for that issue. So Owen congratulating them for getting down to the VSC speed in adequate time, according to race control. As Mr. Plant comes in now and will make his way to the sim bin. There's nobody in the sim bin. Oh no, in fact this is a drive-through. Luckily there's nobody in the sim bin and they don't have to wait for the sim bin to be free. So there we go. We've got Johnny SVK, Master Race Car in. This is for a pit stop. This is not going to be for a penalty because he wasn't among the list of drivers penalised for the VSC. And in, and a little bit of damage repair as well. So interesting. Johnny SVK wants to repair damage. Now, was that absolutely necessary? Was it just cosmetic, or was there actually damage under that car? I wonder how much time it's actually going to cost Johnny SVK, because Dodislav is going to come speeding past the pit lane and takes back the lead in the race. So we are going to see how much of an impact that damage repair is going to have on Johnny SVK's race. And it looks like it's going to have a huge impact. Dodislav's already on his way down to P4, turn 4, and Johnny SVK is still stationary. So disaster really there for the number 73 Master Race Car team, as Dodislav now in the number 40 retakes the lead for, what is that, the second time. Has had the lead at the beginning, lost the lead, regained the lead, lost the lead, and regains the lead again. Kosinski Racing, Dodislav in the Prototype 2 releads the race overall. Car number 2 into the sin bin to serve their 10-second stop-go penalty. Julian Shine picked up that penalty during his stint, and Alex has to serve it. Very, very tight exit from the sin bin there. Very easy to get that wrong. But back onto the track goes the number 2 into P2 again. But Steve Martin is a lot closer now than he was. And I think that is the sort of boost that the number 68 needs in this race to try and get back into contention for a P2 in this race. Interesting stuff. We've now got Ramesses in, and what's he doing? Is he reversing back up the... That's surely not allowed. That's gonna earn Ramesses another penalty. If race control haven't seen that, then, well, that is not... You're not allowed to reverse back up the pit lane, especially not that far. I think, in fact, he was outside the pit lane and reversed back into the pit lane. Not knowing where the sin bin is not an excuse to reverse back up the pit lane. You would have to, in normal conditions, drive back out of the pit lane, do a lap, and then come back in. So expect another penalty for the number 91, Ramesses, and that could give, I've said it a lot of times, that could give Homogaloka Racing another opportunity to gain a place back in this race. But poor show there from Growler Racing. You should really know where the sin bin is if you come in to serve penalty, and certainly don't reverse back up the pit lane. Do another lap. Give us another lap before you do your penalty. Anyway, where were we? Yes. No further action for any of the cars. There's no more penalties coming for the VSC incidents that happened. Although we may have something happening in the background, potentially. As I do believe we're going to have Travis Mehlinger joining us in a few moments for a bit of co-commentary. As we watch Ramesses making his way around, but as I mentioned, I think we will see a penalty of some sort for that car at some point, but it's up to race control what they deem fair judgment for that. Right, Maserati leads the way, 1 minute 40 seconds in the lead, as we have, unfortunately, another timeout in this race. They will be allowed to rejoin, of course, and gain their time and laps back, but DLV, driving for TVH by French Alpha Racing, has disconnected, but has been forced to leave due to a timeout, as I have the pleasure to welcome Travis Mehlinger to the commentary box for the final hour and a half. Travis, welcome along to another Endurance Racing Live for Speed. It's great to have one.
Oh my goodness me! I'm delighted to be back in the booth with you. This is fantastic.
Yeah, welcome along, Trav. Great to have you here. Not sure how much you've picked up on while you've been out of the box, but it's been quite dramatic. It's been there's not been too many wheel-to-wheel battles for a while, but it's more the sort of the strategy that's starting to come into play now, and some errors starting to creep in, and that sort of thing. So it's definitely chess at this point.
Yeah, I joined amid the drama. I saw, I heard you talking about a slate of penalties, and then a car reversing in pit lane, which will surely earn another penalty on the back of the penalty that unfortunate driver was attempting to serve. And as you said, I have not picked up on much wheel-to-wheel racing, but I am delighted to see this variety of cars, prototypes, and GTs out on circuit at the same time. You've been a busy bee, and I have too. So I'm thrilled to be back after an absence from the booth.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. I mean, we are into e-challenge season, Travis. So maybe your vacancy from the commentary box is going to be short-lived. But anyway, you're back, and it's great. But yeah, for endurance racing, it's great to have multiple voices in the booth. It's been fun to solo it, but always happy to have a support in here. So we had a chat with Owen as well after his stint. He's driving in the number 68 with Stephen Martin for this event. Owen, co-commentator, of course, in the Sim Broadcasts team. So great to have him back in the booth to talk about his experience. And he had a good stint, and Steve's got the car back up to P3 in the race now. As we see there, DLV for the 995 is credited some laps back, so moves back up to P14, now P15 overall. But yes, Travis, you are right. It's nice to have a big GT3 category with lots and lots of different mods on offer.
Yes, it is. It does look like it's been a challenging day for the LMPs. I see as I look down the order and into the DNSs, some of them were unable to take the start. Out in front, as we would expect the prototypes to be. You mentioned Owen, the silky smooth Irishman with a beautiful voice. Pretty handy in a race car, it looks like. P3 will be a great result for them, more than halfway to the finish. So keep an eye on Steven there, see if he can bring it home for him and his teammate.
Yes, indeed. Owen was mentioning that he did join Stephen for the first round of the LFS France Endurance Championship. That was way back in September at the Shakedown. Oh, in fact, I think he meant round 1 at Westhill, but we'll clarify that later. There was a shakedown for this series at Kyoto, but yeah, the 4 hours at Westhill Town East, another custom configuration that actually happened in October. There we go. So, Owen, not a stranger to this series and giving Stephen the support that he needs.
Looking up and down the order, familiarizing myself with the situation now that I've joined the booth, and I've noticed something interesting about the leaders in either class. The driver of the Sosiski Racing Machine, that is now Southwood Slaw there at the top. The Team America driver, that's Maserati. Both of them solo drivers, no teammates in those cars. The second place car in LMP, that's an MRC machine with Johnny SVK in it right now, also a soloist for MRC. So this is a rather long drive for a solo driver, Pete. We've done a few long ones ourselves in the past. I think about 3 hours is my limit. I've done 4 in a go-kart in kind of, we'll say, unusual circumstances and in interesting conditions. But
Moist.
driving a car like this is, it gets pretty hard when you get past the 2.5, 3 hour mark. These guys are going to go a full 4.
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of solo drivers in this field. There's also a bunch of 2 drivers and 3 driver teams, as Mr. Plant kind of fulfills your prophecy of driving off the track on his own and rejoining just ahead of the Hormagaloka car, but a lap ahead of said car. But yeah, lots of drivers putting in the hours and the solo stint, which is admirable, but if not a bit crazy.
Very crazy, I would say. But interestingly, this is how these endurance races usually go, Pete, as we find all of these things to reminisce about. I recall an event we did in the past, a 12-hour race, where I believe it was the winner of the event, ultimately chose to do a solo 12 hours, another charity event similar to this one, but 12 hours rather than 4. And the winner, I think, went the full 12-hour distance solo, which is fully mad, I would say.
Oh, yeah, 100% on the madness scale, for sure. But you know, I'm excited about the opportunity that we have for more endurance racing, especially as the as you can tell, the number of endurance racing cars grows in the collection of mods we have in LFS. We have 7 that were offered out to the drivers in this series, and it seems like a number of the 7 have been chosen today. It's a nice variety, and they're definitely getting their shakedown in this series. And yeah, it's great to have such choice.
One thing I notice looking through the timing, this much variety in GT cars, all running in a similar class, the difficulty having that many options available to the drivers is making sure that the cars are all balanced, that the performance is reasonably equal, and then working with the drivers and teams to ensure that there isn't a driver sandbagging, trying to gain an advantage while they're doing some testing. And as I look at the best lap times and the lap times these drivers have run the last few laps, they're pretty close. There's certainly some variance in skill and drivers working traffic, what have you, that affects the times you see. But they do, by and large, appear to be pretty close. So that's any endurance race is a big achievement when you get a lot of different drivers on track. They all get around, they have a good race. But to have everything fair and balanced for that long among so many cars, the team working on these cars and then testing them for an event like this, they should pat themselves on the back, because that's a lot of work. It's difficult to get it right, and it appears as though they've done a really good job.
Yeah, I also think that it helps that a number of the mods in the GT3 class have all been developed by the same individuals, so balancing them is sort of easier in that respect. As Steve Martin comes into the pit lane, that I think is on schedule. He has been lagging, however. We did notice that he was jumping around quite a lot on stream, Travis. I hope this is a driver change, and I hope that it doesn't affect their race too much, because they've really put in the work and the effort, as Sick will take over P3 now for the 42.
That is, you
Owen's
predicted correctly. Yeah, Owen Harmon, just as we switched camera there, now in the machine. The beautiful blinking lights on the front, the pit lane speed limiter on that BMW-inspired machine coming out of pit lane. Now Owen back in control, as Stephen Martin. We'll have to ask later, Pete, if that was a precautionary driver change because Stephen was lagging, or if this was planned. At about an hour and a half remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how long his last stint was, but
yeah, I'm looking down the order trying to figure it out, but not clear.
Yeah, not clear currently. There we go. That is the current list of stops. You can ignore Ramses there. Ramses has rejoined the race, and therefore his kind of stop count has reset. But there were 3 laps. Oh, hang on, sorry. No, there we go. No stops registered for a couple of drivers, but the rest of the drivers have either given us 3 or 2 stops so far in this race, which is good consistency when you consider sometimes how many pit stops some teams and drivers are giving us, Travis.
Yeah, especially in this kind of racing. Chris telling us in our ear that Steve was 3 laps short of what we would expect. So it seems like that may be precautionary with an upcoming pit stop. So a lucky break for them there to get a driver not lagging close to a planned pit stop. What often happens in racing like this is you put together a plan because you know how long you make it on fuel, and really the best way, well, I guess it depends on who you ask. I'll say the best way to conduct an endurance race is to make a plan and do your best to stick to it, because the time you spend on track at racing speed is time somebody else is going to lose when they make a mistake, and mistakes are inevitable in a long race like this. So when the plan comes unraveled, you're making unexpected stops, you're out of rhythm, they tend to snowball. You end up around different drivers where you haven't been running for most of the race, you're off cycle, you're thinking about how to find the time back, what you can do with the strategy, and that's when the mistakes tend to compound or get exacerbated. So lucky break for Owen and Steven here to get close to a planned pit stop, and since we've been following him around for the last half a lap since he came out of pit lane, looks like Owen has this well in hand, and they are on their way again.
Yeah, great stuff from Owen for sure to get back into the car. Presumably that was an unscheduled driver change. Chris, as you mentioned, said it was 2 or 3 laps before they were due. I mean, 2 to 3 laps at a short track wouldn't be too bad, but this isn't a short track. This is a fairly lengthy one, so there would have been a fair amount of fuel left in that car, and they may force themselves into a splash and dash at the end, which is not ideal. But at least they're still in the running and they're still connected and they didn't lose any time. So, yes, it must have been a bit of a panic from those two, seeing the car lagging, because you don't want a timeout 3 hours into an endurance race.
No, you certainly do not. A bit unfortunate for us. I'm also looking in the voice chat. It would be nice if we could pull Owen, our co-commentator, back in, get a cheeky word from him.
Don't do that.
But probably best to leave him alone.
Yeah, don't do that.
We
He
could have
won't
had
forgive you for
inside
that.
information there.
No.
While we were talking about Owen, bit of a spooky moment there for the leader in LMP as well. It is another tricky element of endurance racing is catching slower traffic in your class while catching slower traffic in a different class at the same time, expertly handled by the driver of the number 40 machine, on his way in the lead once again with the traffic well behind him now. Going to assume that they came into pit lane, because that is a very large gap over cars he just passed 20 seconds ago.
Yes, almost certainly. The gaps have been going up between the leaders, but there have been pit stops there. We had a driver, Garcia, time out, who will be credited with the laps back soon. But another note is that the number 73, Johnny SVK, has been given a drive-through, which is big, for causing a collision on lap 46 at turn 6. It doesn't say what the collision was with, but I'm assuming it was a back marker, because he's not really been close to anyone in his own class for a while.
They typically don't penalize drivers for hitting scenery or barriers, so I think you're probably right. That would have been another driver. We'll have to do some looking back in the past to see if we can find more specific information. Johnny SVK did just post a message about it.
Ooh.
I have always admired drivers who can type a long message while carrying speed around the circuit. The claim from Johnny SVK is that the 33 machine was lagging, disappeared, and then reappeared right in front of him. An unfortunate element of online racing.
Yeah, so that could stack. I mean, we'll see what that is. Essentially a protest mid-race from that driver. So yeah, let's see what race control make of that and whether they rescind that penalty. But for now, it stands, and Johnny SVK will be expected to serve it.
Yeah, we are not the officials. We just comment on their choices and how the race unfolds as a result. Were it me, I would consider that a mitigating circumstance. But we'll see if the officials feel compelled to be lenient or if it stands.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, regardless, it's unfortunate that Johnny SVK has been involved in anything, especially if it was a laggy car. Because that could impact the lead battle. But anyway, Dodislav has more than proven that he's capable of leading this race. Led it multiple times, hasn't made too many mistakes. Was unlucky with the VSC timing that Johnny SVK was able to get in and out ahead of him. But he's done a fantastic job to regain the lead of the race. 48 seconds currently his advantage. Strong advantage. An even stronger advantage is being seen in the GT3 class, thanks in part to a penalty that was given to the number 2, a 10-second stop-go penalty, in fact, for a VSC call infringement for the number 2, the Sim Power team. It was Julian Shine who was at the wheel. Aerox, if you're familiar, Travis.
I am indeed.
There you go. He was driving the car at the time, so unlucky. But there we go. As we've got Hormigaloka Racing in the pits.
In the background, Stephen Martin has reconnected, so I don't know if this was. I can't believe that Owen would hand the car over again so soon.
No, I don't
Typically, with really full grids, they would ask drivers not to connect unless they're about to take over a car. Chris reminding me as I had this thought that there are enough slots that he could join and spectate in the game, which is almost certainly what he's doing, helping with strategy with a bit more information available in the simulator than you would get just watching the stream. As this LMP2 car, the P6 machine, Balancise, out of the pits, underway.
Yeah, and through turn 1 at pace. Another lapping
Johnny
happening.
SVK here. Yeah, a bit of lapping going on. Johnny SVK about to put one on Anderson, the 4th place machine right now. Johnny looking a bit handier with this machine than Anderson ahead of him. Should have this done pretty easily. I would expect Anderson to yield coming through. I don't know if this has a proper name. We've referred to it as Degner in the past, Pete. Johnny SVK, nice run here. Anderson lifts, easily done right through the back marker, and then should have a nice job getting by this GT car very politely out of the way into the grass. Perhaps a bit too polite. That would have been very scary for Anderson, the 77 driver behind, but everybody away safely and into the hairpin back onto the open part of the circuit.
Yeah, DLV giving a lot of space and more to the drivers. And there goes another Ferrari, also giving a lot of room to the cars, as we have a cancellation on that drive-through that Johnny SVK was given after the driver has appealed the protest mid-race. So very unusual. Normally race control pretty solid with their calls, and putting a pause on that to review later on. But anyway, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, I think that's a good call by them. It's easy to make a call and then stand by it because rules are rules, but I think the facts are pretty clear. Not just the appeal from Johnny SVK, but you spotted it as well. I'm sure other drivers did too. So very an upstanding move by race control to rescind that penalty and keep Johnny SVK in a race that is pretty well away from him, but would have been very difficult to claw back had he received a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. It can go both ways, but I would agree. I tend to agree, as we see the number 9 System now driving that car again. That's the FSR team, 3 drivers, although we've only seen 2 of them, System and Whiskey P. System back at the wheel of the number 9, and currently circulating in a very respectable P3. However, they are a lap down, so forward progress is going to be difficult. More a case of keeping both their hands on the podium place there. P3 would be a nice result.
Would be. I don't think a lap down certainly makes it difficult. They don't have the pace of the cars in P1 and P2, but they do have the measure of the car in P4. This is where, as a race goes on, as drivers and teammates, you start to think about preserving, making good decisions, giving time here and there, as long as you're playing it safe. And they have a pretty safe margin to P4 to preserve a podium. They'll be thinking about how they get to the end of the race rather than how they fight for position going forward at this point.
Hormigaloka Racing into the pit lane again. This is the second time in 2 laps, and this is.
Through.
Are they serving a drive-through?
Yes, yeah, they were just in 1 lap ago. I didn't see how they picked it up on the previous lap, but causing collision. So unfortunate for them. Pete. This is the wrong car. There's another car that looks like this one. So
we'll get clarification on what's happened there.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Clarification will be good.
Yeah, apparently there was a notice given that this car was given a drive-through. But we weren't given that notice, so just some confusion there. But anyway, that was a drive-through. It's been served. The number 6 is back out. Happy days. Right. We're approaching the end of hour 3, and we have 19 runners still from 21 starters. All of our LMP cars are still in the race. We've lost 2 GT3s. But still plenty of action to come. I think there's going to be some changes somewhere. And I think actually the most interesting battles are happening in the GT3 class. Our leader is, leading by a huge margin. So much so that he's only 3 minutes off the back of the LMP field, Travis. This is amazing.
Yeah, 3 minutes off the back of the LMP field. And that's about half a lap back to P2. So with an hour and 15 minutes remaining, at least a pit stop and always the potential for intervention by safety vehicles. That's still very much on for second position there. What I noticed is further back, a 17-second, 21-second gap back from P9 to P10 and P11. That's Owen Harmon there in 4th position, not too far off a podium. So close is relative in endurance racing, but with an hour and 15 minutes to go, less than 20 seconds separating some of these drivers out on track. Certainly a lot to play for yet. The race in GT not even remotely finished.
Yeah, we're getting another message on the screen there from Race Control. An incident involving cars 2191 on lap 49 at turn 30. No further action. Didn't see that incident unfold, I don't think, but good that it's been looked at and no action needed.
Yeah, that's Papator near the back of the GT field, and then an LMP car. I will assume that was a miscommunication,
yeah.
a misunderstanding among drivers. LMP driver overtaking a GT. It's easy to get it wrong. You catch somebody in an awkward place, or if there's other traffic and you miss a faster car coming, or you miss a slower car behind another one, it's easy to collide. But apparently nobody worse for wear, and not so bad that Race Control felt like assessing a penalty. Everybody on their way again. They can mind their own races rather than having to duck through pit lane. Pete, I noticed too, these car models are magnificent, and I think back to my first days in Live for Speed, which were now 16 years ago, almost 17 years ago actually. I started in it would have been in the winter, the early spring of 2008. Oh, John, it wasn't on camera, but Johnny SVK nearly came together with the 91 car, which we were just talking about. The interiors of these cars, and in particular the dashboards, the heads-up displays on the steering wheels, are so attractive, so detailed. I just love them. These are fantastic work by the people who are creating these mods.
Yeah, you like the prototype too, don't you? I know you've commented
I
on
do
it in the
indeed,
past
yes.
that it's a very good likeness to an LMP2 spec car, and no attention to detail has been spared. It's super good. You're right. Your LFS your LFS membership stats are rookie numbers, by the way, but I'll forgive you.
Well, I think I will hazard a guess that I am earlier than most of the people who are in this session, but there are certainly a few old timers who are much older than me.
Your LFS account can almost get married.
It can almost get married.
If it found another attractive female LFS account.
It could.
However.
Either one. I'm not bothered, but it could get married. You're right.
Exactly.
Almost.
Mine is almost at legal drinking age in the US.
That
Right.
is remarkable. Yeah,
That's
well,
right.
I didn't know that you don't want to. This isn't a contest. I know you're a few years younger than me, but I didn't realize you had an older LFS account. That's impressive.
It's technically my dad's, but we won't go there. But anyway, it was a gift for me.
Thanks, Mr. Butcher.
But he registered it. Yeah, exactly. By the way,
Did your dad ever play?
he did.
Did he ever do endurance racing?
No.
Oh,
It was a lunchtime game among colleagues in the office, apparently, back in the late 2003 demo days, and then
so he is
got me an account the following February.
Yeah, so
birthday.
some places around here we would say your father is OG.
I got my license on my birthday in 2004.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And I never looked back. There we go. Anyway, so Dodislav leads in LMP. We have Johnny SVK still there, 52 seconds adrift in P number 2.
I think Johnny SVK will be a bit frustrated because he's driving the car well. His pace is very good. He's been very consistent. There's not that much traffic. It's a very long circuit. But he's managing it all very well, but he just can't make a dent in this gap. It has been hovering right around 51 or 52 seconds. I think he's going to need a little bit of help, some poor luck by Dodislav ahead of him, or a help of another kind from another driver or two out on circuit. As the time winds down, it starts to appear like more of a sure thing for the drivers who are holding the lead. Johnny SVK, though he's putting on a valiant effort, time is not on his side. We're coming up at the 1 hour mark, and he needs to find something if he wants to make any headway on this gap and take the lead in the race.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the timing tower has some pretty big numbers, but it also has some small numbers, especially in GT3. There's still changes to happen. An hour and 10 minutes remain in this race, and all of the drivers owe us at least one pit stop. So definitely talking points to come before we can crown any of the winners and podium positions in the 4 hours of Kyoto. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks to the drivers, of course, for putting in the effort. Some of them a lot of effort to do solo runs, but we appreciate that sometimes it can be effort for not a lot of effort to put a team together for these sorts of events. Travis, it's a lot of choreography that goes on.
Yes, it is. Yeah, among the organizers, race control, us here at Sim Broadcasts, and then everybody just trying to find teammates, find the time to practice. Make a good setup, make a good strategy. You're absolutely right. It's a surprising amount of effort from everyone involved. So we thank everyone for participating and taking the time, especially for giving us such an entertaining show to talk about, Pete. We ramble and goof around a little bit in an endurance race when there's a lull in the activity, but it is a treat for us as it is for everyone else. So thanks everyone for putting on this show.
Yeah, I want to linger on this point a minute because obviously, Travis, you and I have done plenty of real-life endurance racing, and the parallels are uncanny. Like, seriously, the amount of preparation and the on-the-day alertness, is that a word? I don't know. That you have to have.
Yeah, I would say
is the same. Like, the experience you get in an endurance race is completely transferable. Obviously, you don't have the same level of physical. It's not the same level of physicality is not there, but everything else.
So interestingly, I would say sometimes the level of physicality is there. Less the physicality, but more the fatigue. I ran with a few of our friends from our race team. I ran the Roar before the 24 yesterday, and it rained, and it is the most mentally exhausting. It was the most challenging race of any kind I have ever done.
Really?
Just to
Wow.
concentrate, and it's as you said, everything transfers over. The only thing you're really missing out is a lot of the physicality, the physical fatigue, but the mental fatigue is very much real. And then all of the preparation. Someone, I don't remember who this was, but somebody mentioned it when we were doing practice for a different endurance race earlier. But somebody said of our team, or perhaps it was of Jack, an occasional commentator in Sim Broadcast, Jack Air. Someone said of him that we're racing spreadsheets, and it's true. Like, there's so much information that we, the royal we who I'm talking about, and we, all of the people participating in this event here, gather and analyze to put together a strong effort. Like, it requires a lot of work, and people take it very seriously. To say nothing of the organizers, how much time goes into planning schedules and having personnel and making sure that everyone is adequately relieved when they need to take a break. And you got people in the commentary booth, and you're wrangling your teammates to get in the car, and it is fully transferable, even down to racing the car. Like, the physicality, as we said, isn't there, but the racecraft is there. Like, everything about racing a car translates. So I think I've rambled long enough about this. I'll summarize by saying, Pete, you're absolutely right. It all transfers. It is a very real racing discipline.
Yeah, it takes a lot of support from other people at a real race weekend. That's maybe one of the things that isn't transferable. Generally, in sim racing, the drivers can sort of organise themselves most of the time. But I mean, as you move up in esports and sim racing, and you get to the top level series, there has to be a support team there as well. So,
they have race engineers. Yeah, there's a huge support team.
Yeah. But for us rookies in sim racing, there's maybe one person or a couple of people that are around to help spot, but generally it's the drivers themselves that kind of put it together.
I would say I get as much support from my family in the form of letting me have an afternoon to do pretend race cars. So I'm grateful to all the people here for participating, and to all of them, because I've spent my day in the basement. So thanks to my family. They're not listening, but I will relay the message later.
Yeah, to be fair, if it wasn't for my wife, I wouldn't be able to do a 4-hour stint, because I can't go get the snacks on my own. They have to arrive from somewhere. So yeah, it's the support that you get in all types of racing that enable it to happen. So, yeah.
Yes,
Shout out to the
indeed.
forgotten
Cheers
ones.
to you all.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've just done the Scott Pruitt move. I won again today. Thanks very much. Oh, hi to my family back at home.
Yeah, exactly. Who allowed it to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
We have a race going on. The leader has been.
Yeah,
in
we
the
do.
Pits.
We've been flapping
yeah.
our jaws, and there's that
That's
interval
fine.
has come down substantially.
I think I needed it. I needed to flap a bit, and then we can get back to it. But yeah, we've had a bit of drama. We had a spin. That was from the. You know what? I've forgotten. They were on camera for the longest time. I think it was the 27. No, it wasn't even the 27. I can't remember. It was this car. It was the 87.
Yes,
I know it had a
just
7
come
in it.
out of the pits and then looped it. But meanwhile, yeah, that's Johnny SVK now only 6 seconds behind Dudislav. That was a 52-second gap. So
Yes.
big change here. Johnny SVK also on mega pace, though Dudislav no slouch himself. Their previous laps were only 400ths apart. The 2-minute 56 bracket just shy of the 2-minute 55s, lapping 4 seconds quicker than the rest of the prototypes. So the race is on, as you said, Peter, with an hour and a change remaining. This has gotten quite close.
I bring your attention to the timing tower and the stops. Dodislav's managed to do another stop and get out ahead, so that actually is quite remarkable. Johnny SVK has been going longer in stints though, so I haven't been paying enough attention to know whether that's going to work out in Johnny SVK's favour come the end of the race. But to my calculations currently, Dodislav owes us another stop. There's no way Dodislav gets around and doesn't have to come in for another stop before the end of the race. He has to come in again. Whereas Johnny SVK, when was Johnny SVK's last stop? Again, Johnny's longest stint was 49 minutes. So if he stays out for another 15 minutes, he only owes us one stop. So it could be very, very close at the end of the lap.
Dudislav committed, as you said, to at least one more pit stop.
Johnny's gaining.
Johnny SVK gaining. He'll benefit. Ooh, that's 3 car goes well out of the way. That was exceedingly polite.
Very, very good multi-class driving on
yeah, it
today.
really is.
Yeah.
So Johnny SVK on very much on pace, and trying to reclaim this position. The benefit he will get from stopping later is that he will not need to be stopped as long. Dudislav perhaps will need to make. I don't think there's any way Dudislav can stretch. He will certainly need to make one more pit stop. But if Johnny SVK can stretch it and make his go as long as he can and save a bit of time, and then maybe get some luck with traffic and assistance of another kind, he might well be in this.
This is the thing. If he can't manage the fuel such that he ends up having, it's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. Let's see how long he can last. 3 laps is not enough. 4 laps could be enough. If he can give us 4 more laps, he could be in a shout for a battle for the overall win, and that'd be amazing because there really is no other battle on the entire track that's as close as that, and it's for the overall lead. So if the racing gods are with us, then let's see what happens. 4.9 seconds. We might get an on-track overtake before he even gives us a stop regardless. So let's see what happens. This is amazing.
The Gum Garage team are within a shout of 4th place, 13 seconds back, but now that gap just fallen to under 5 seconds for Johnny SVK chasing Dudislav. We said if he can make it 4 more laps, he might be able to stretch that final stint. Unfortunately, these are 4 very long laps.
Yeah.
So we need to do a bit of analysis, I think, of the pit stops to see if he has any chance of stretching it. What he can do is if he can get close, there's really no risk because he's a full lap of system in P3. He could do the Uber save on fuel, just lift and coast, clutch and coast everywhere to try to save that time. If he thinks that he can save the time of getting down pit lane and then stopping in a box. by saving a lap or two of fuel, but that is so difficult and so risky, especially without a supporting teammate. He's a solo driver. That's not to say he doesn't have someone in his ear helping him, run the fuel numbers. But indications are that if he doesn't have a teammate in the car, it may very well be a solo effort. In voice chat as well. So a lot for Johnny SVK to think about. This is where being decisive, being precise, avoiding mistakes really matters. And thus far, he's done really well. We'll see if he can make this happen to the end of the race. Now to under 3.4 seconds, Pete.
Yeah, I mean the gap is coming down on track, and he owes us two. If he can get 2 more laps in after this one, that's enough. Does he have the fuel? That's the thing. I'm really interested in how long he's been out for. I've not made a note of it, but I guess that leaves some excitement for us to find out in my lack of note taking for Johnny SVK stints. But there we go. Yeah, you'll be able to see them both on the same camera shot at the moment. But yeah, we should check out the NDR tracker for the times that the drivers are setting. You can get access to that at tracker.newdimensionracing.com. All the stats are available there for your perusal. And yeah, there we go. Both of the lead LMP2 Prototype 2 mods in our LMP2 class are on camera at once.
I'll have to walk back a mistake I made a few minutes ago. I was looking at the best laps when I was comparing the times between the number 40 and 73 cars at the front. Johnny SVK lapping 2 seconds per lap quicker than Dadislav in recent laps, so that accounts for the rapidly shrinking gap. Though we know this is because Johnny SVK very low on fuel, Dadislav heavy with a full fuel load, having come in a few laps ago. We expect Johnny SVK in anytime soon, and I think we will probably see a drive-through penalty. I saw a message flash by a minute ago, though we haven't seen it on screen yet, unless I missed it. That'll be for the 59 car way at the back of the GT3 field.
There it is.
There we go. Yeah, drive-through. Yep, that's an easy rule to break. You have to stay inside the white line on the big.
It's not hard though. It's very open and it's very straight, and a lot of drivers have done that. So slap on the wrist for a few drivers today. Forgetting the pit exit blend line rule. If we see anyone else do a pit stop, maybe when Johnny SVK comes to his pit stop, we can show you how easy it is to not go over the pit exit blend line. But anyway, in the heat of the moment, it's quite an easy thing to forget. But you have to be quite dramatic in your steering at the exit pit lane to forget that one. As we continue, Travis, to ride on board with the number 40 Cisco Racing machine. Currently a pit stop ahead of the car that's chasing it. However, as we've discussed at length, and we should summarise, if Johnny SVK can stay out for now 1 more lap, in fact, it's just going to need an extra lap. It's possibly 2 laps more.
Yeah, it's very close.
He could do it. He could take it.
Very, very close.
This is amazing.
And he's just put in a monster lap, just a 10th and change off his fastest of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race. He has the overall fastest lap. That a 56.26, just 1700s clear of his best. If it were me, what I would be doing in Johnny SVK's position here is using Dadislav to save fuel. Get right up behind him. Don't try to force a move into this twisty part of the circuit. Sacrifice a little bit of the time to squeeze just a bit more fuel out of it, and then at a place where it's easy to get by, then go ahead and overtake. But here, this is where it gets nip and tuck. If he's close on fuel, this can give him the advantage he needs to make sure that he gets into pit lane without having to be pushed around by a rescue car. Assuming the margins are that thin, of course. We don't know if they are.
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out at this point, and I think Chris is right. I think Johnny SVK, remarkably, I think he's done enough. This is incredible. Honestly, this is absolutely incredible. As we are going to see the overtake on the camera right now, and Johnny SVK has to get through, and he has to make pace. He's got a gap Dadislav as much as possible. That is the change for the lead on track, and they're on different strategies. and it's going to come down to the wire. This is phenomenal. For the lead overall and the lead in LMP2, we have a battle for the lead, and I am very relieved to say that.
Yeah, nicely done by Johnny SVK there.
Yeah, awesome.
Not trying to force it in the fast part of the circuit. He tucked in behind, was able to squeeze out a few more drops and a couple fumes, and there where he didn't stand to benefit, on the power with the much lighter fuel load, got fully alongside through a slow corner, and now he is off and running. That gap now, well, it says 0.05 on the tracker. This is going to be about a second, just under a second, as he comes through the banking. And if he can stretch one more lap, I think you're right, Pete, and Chris helping us with numbers in the background. That should be one stop remaining for either of them. And now Johnny SVK appears to have the advantage ahead with a full fuel stop looming. He'll spend more time in pit lane than Dadislav will with a final stop for a splash and dash. But Johnny SVK appears to have the advantage now. If he can stretch one more, and he does. There he goes, Pete, past the pit lane entry. I think if our number crunching is correct, he'll come back around with about 51 minutes and change remaining. That might just be enough.
This is brilliant. He might need to do some lift and coast, but this is tactical brilliance from Johnny SVK. Looking as though he was on the back foot at the start with Dadislav disappearing up the road, but Johnny SVK has saved enough that he's been able to elongate his stints to the point where he'll require one less stop than Dadislav. This is exactly the sort of stuff that you expect to see in top flight motorsport and in real endurance racing. This is what it's all about: spending as least time in pit lane as possible, Travis.
Yeah,
this is the track.
Yep, this is the parallel to real life racing, is the planning, the testing, the strategizing. It appears as though he has played this perfectly, gotten the strategy just right, stretched just long enough. It will be heartbreaking and a bit embarrassing if he putters out of fuel as he's coming up the hill out of the final hairpin. But this looks like a tactical masterclass as they run right now.
The race has come back alive at the very end, which is a pleasant thing to be able to say. We do still have a GT3 class.
We do.
And it still exists. It's there. But
yeah, notably, the driver, the number 60 that Johnny SVK is passing right now, is in it.
Yes, he is one of them. There is a couple of close things happening now. Sick has obviously been involved in a number of passes.
Oh, sorry, Pete. I want to interrupt you there. Johnny SVK just got a bit of a break. It was an awkward moment. Dadislav trying to get past the 60 car. Lost probably a second. Just a miscommunication coming through the sweepers as he came to the 180 there. Cost him probably another second. Time that Johnny SVK desperately needs, that he wants to put on Dadislav. The ebb and flow of traffic and the miscommunications that can happen with slower cars, unfortunately catching Dadislav out there. Please continue.
Oh no, it's okay. Good insight. I mean, the thing is, I think anywhere from P2 down to P5 in GT3
P5,
could change. Yeah, exactly. So I think there is a lot more going on in GT3, but it's a lot more straight cut. It's a lot more clear cut than what's happening at the top of LMP2. Although having said that, if Johnny SVK goes over start finish now, it's home and dry. Like, I don't think there's really much you can do to mess this up other than a driver error at this point.
Yeah, so, driver error, or the question would be how tightly. Yeah, here we go.
It's close. It's close. His longest stint was 49 minutes. He has to fuel save now, so it's not clear cut. This is open now. He might need a splash and dash. Whether he realizes that is another thing. But we are going to find out whether Johnny SVK intends to fuel save this final stint. Remember, the amount of fuel saving that he can do throughout the entire stint can only match the amount of time that Dadislav spends in the pit lane. That's it. All he can afford.
Yeah, and this is painful when you're in such a strong appearing position like this, being stationary for so long in pit lane. He'll take a full load of fuel. He'll come out a little bit under 51 minutes remaining, so he'll need to stretch essentially 2 minutes of fuel and then account for the final lap. So This, depending on how he times this, and whether he can, what would really help is if he could retake first position when Dodislav makes a pit stop, and ideally with a gap, so that he can try to shorten the race as much as possible. But now this is where he has to save fuel. He will be lifting and coasting everywhere. Long runs off throttle before braking a little bit later. He won't lose too much time if he does it well. But this is also a thing you have to practice. It's easy when you've been running as hard as he has to try to make up the gap, to make a mistake when you suddenly change how you're driving to save. So this will really define Johnny SVK's race and driving. And who was that off behind
91.
the 91 car there?
Oh no, sorry, it was
Okay,
77.
it was the 77. I thought it was Dodislav, but it was not. Yeah, this is the defining stint of Johnny SVK's race, to see how well he can adapt and how well he can stretch the fuel to try to snatch a win from Dodislav.
Well, at the moment,
Notably, Pete,
he's going full chat, but yeah.
he is going full chat, and surely he knows something we don't. He's in the race car. But that before Dodislav's pit stop, that was a 52 second gap. Johnny SVK has gotten it down to 45. That will stretch a little bit since he's just come out of pit lane and he'll be a little bit off pace. But it appears to be closer. Chris saying it was a 48 second gap between the stop and the last.
No, the stint length was 48.
Oh, sorry. He was saying the last stint was 48 minutes long. So yeah, this is going to be a difficult stretch for Johnny SVK. But if he can do it, it will be brilliant.
It's a lot of stretching, and I don't know. I think is it because remember it's 4 hours and a lap essentially. He needs to save an entire lap and maybe 2 laps, worst case.
Yeah, and I'm watching on board with him. It appears to me as though he's decided it will require a splash of fuel. I see no indication of saving at all. So he is flat chat all the way around, getting temperature in as quickly as he can so he can fire at every corner and then try to build a gap to get a splash at the end.
Is that a lack of foresight? Is that a lack of awareness of what the stint time is, or what is it? Because obviously he stopped earlier during the VSC, and it's unlucky. It's unlucky.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just timing of the VSC earlier, I think, is what has made the difference here. He seems to. I was not here, obviously, but getting the information while we try to unpack the situation here, it sounds like he was just a bit unlucky with the timing of the VSC. Pitted a lap earlier than he would have liked. Had that come about a lap later, he'd be right in the catbird seat.
Yeah, I'll clarify something I just said before. Sorry, that there isn't an extra lap. It's the case of if he crosses the line with 2 seconds to go, he has to do a whole extra lap as well.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Oh, there was a big coast into turn 1. So perhaps he has realized it. He could have saved himself a bit of fuel on his outlap, but now, judging by the engine note, sounds like he's saved a little bit.
That's it. It's a phenomenal amount of fuel he needs to save, but that's
not enough.
That's a coast, but he needs more.
That is a coast, but yeah, he should be coasting from the 300. Dip the clutch, leave it in 6th gear, and then just coast it. Brake 50 meters, well, maybe not 50 meters. Brake 30 or 40 meters later because you bleed off so much speed with the aerodynamic resistance when you're coasting, but it doesn't lose that much time. If he's going to try to save fuel, he needs to commit to aggressive fuel saving, and this doesn't appear to be enough at this point. That's another place there that he could save, and he has chosen not to. But we'll see. He'll see the fuel number. Like, he will know how much he has left. Hopefully, he has some help in his ear. He'll get a bit of coaching on how much more he needs to save. But if he doesn't, by 3 or 4 laps from now, if he's not making his fuel number, then he will certainly need to commit to just running as hard as he can and then hoping for luck to come his way, where a splash will serve him at the end and still leave him in the lead of the race.
Yeah, he's a solo driver. I don't know if he has any support in the background. It kind of harks back to what we were saying before, that the winning strategy for a race like this is to have a support system, and if you don't have it, then it's things like this that can go awry. But you're right. Don't know that there's enough lifting and coasting going on, but Johnny SVK will know, and we'll give him a break for a bit, and we'll see how he gets on later Because as I said, there is also a GT3 class in this race, and we have some compelling stuff going on between at least P4 and P2. We've got Alex Loudon's Sick and Owen Harmon, who are all within striking distance of a potentially a P2. Owen Harmon and Steve Martin really will want that podium, but they have to get past this car, the 42, which is a solo entry again. Another solo entry, the bright pink ProTech 92 GT3 of the 42 team. That is the Yes We Can team. I use the word team loosely because it is a solo entry, but there we go.
Yeah, and they have been steadily gapping Owen there in fourth, so that's looking more secure for Syke. Owen not losing time quickly. That gap has gone from I think it was maybe 12 seconds or so earlier, and has slowly dwindled down to 15. So Owen's still getting on pretty well. 31 seconds. I was looking at the wrong timing. That gap earlier was about 15-16 seconds down to 31. So Owen losing some time, but not too badly. Still well ahead of the 11th position. 60 car behind him. Now a minute gap after a pit stop. So Owen should still be comfortably in front of the 60 when he makes his stop, though could possibly be a smaller gap when the pit stops shake out. Now looking at Johnny SVK again, following on board, and he is. I still think he could stand to save more. Though again, we don't know as much as he does. Being here in the booth, he is in the car. One thing that I recall from driving this car myself that he is experiencing himself is wheel spin. So he's trying to get into the power as gingerly as he can, especially out of slower corners, and he's doing his best to manage it. But wheel spin burns fuel. He wants to, I think he wants to save a little bit more. He needs to be somewhat less aggressive on the throttle. Nice ginger exit from that corner there, and through these slower corners here. We'll, as you said, Pete, we'll leave him be for a little bit, but looks like. Yeah, right now it looks challenging, but we'll keep an eye and see how Johnny SVK is able to save fuel and take this race down to the wire.
Yeah, indeed, and we really are getting close to the wire now. 43 minutes to go in this one, and yeah, we are. Just to remind you that this race is indeed a partnership between LFS France, New Dimension Racing, and of course the 24 Hours for Anna event, which is happening across many sim racing platform, and it's all for charity, so it's all for a good cause, raising awareness, of course, and fundraising. The link to that is in the chat for you.
So sorry, a bit of a lull in my commentary there, Pete. I was doing a bit of reconnaissance in the background. A final thought on Johnny SVK, not related to his driving, is that it does appear he is fully solo. I had a peek in the MRC Discord servers, and there's no voice companions for him there either. So he is entirely on his own, managing strategy and the driving. So hats off to him. That is a difficult effort. Yeah. Hopefully he'll come away with a satisfying result.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. We'll see how it goes very soon. Driver change for the number 21. That is Le Mans Show. And took over from Papator again. The second time that's happened today.
The Texas Drivers 2 team that has a Frenchman at the wheel.
Yeah.
I assume this is an affinity for Texas and not a Frenchman living in Texas, though I don't actually know. I could be wrong. If you know, send us a message in chat. I'm delighted to be corrected here.
Clarify this for us, please. I would also remind you that yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Pete.
For the final hour or the final 40 minutes, we should bring you to make you aware again that there is, of course, the French language stream is happening over on the Nanex TV channel. You can go there and listen to the French commentary for this event over there. YouTube and Twitch, and that is Nanex TV.
Yeah, I was about to interrupt you with a shower thought, and not insightful or potentially insightful commentary on racing. I noted the Texas Drivers 2 team, and I had, when I joined, I had thought that perhaps that was MRC Texas in the car, Texas LTU, but I don't believe it is. Different Texas fans. Ticking under 40 minutes remaining now. Pete, this getting closer to the end. And it's interesting how quickly these events go by. There's the natural ebb and flow of the action. We get to talk about strategy, we get to talk about cars racing wheel to wheel, and then we have a bit of a chat while there are fewer things going on. And it is interesting how quickly the time goes by. It does not feel like I have joined. Or I've been joined in the booth for more than an hour, but right about the 1 hour 45 mark is when I popped in. An hour gone, only 40 minutes remaining, and the racing not getting any closer up and down the order, still about where it was in GT3, but notably that gap between the leaders, P1 and P2, Dadislav and Johnny SVK, that gap right where it was, 52 seconds. When we picked them up earlier before their cycle of pit stops. So this gap appears to be, or rather, the two of them appear to be as evenly matched as they were earlier on in the race when I joined. A car in pit lane, I believe that was the 60 car. Did I see that correctly?
Yes, P3 and GT3 has come in, and critically that means that there will be a change of position for the 68 is going to take over P3 and GT3. However, how long has SM Racing been out? When did that car last come into the pits? Because this could be it. This could be it for them. This could be their P3 being cemented. There we go.
Possibly. How? Yeah, we need to look and see how long ago they were in. Let's see, I'm looking now. Owen Harmon took over this machine at lap 45, so...
Yeah,
so
they're going to stop again.
Stop.
Yeah, so that's actually not as clear cut as it was either. Syke or Sick, or however you want to pronounce that, is that's the final stop. So Owen and Steve have a lot of work to do.
They do notably.
Yeah.
Notably, they are well ahead of. Well, that's the 60 car that has fallen to P11 now, fifth in class. So they won't. I don't believe they'll have to worry about them. They will not lose a minute and 40 seconds in the pits. However, that 10-second gap will certainly. Oh, now a 15-second gap. That 15-second gap will certainly drift away from them. The question will be how long they need to be stationary, with only 40 minutes left, and their earlier stints appearing to have been. I'm counting very roughly and quickly here, about an hour. Owen has been in the car for an hour. Yeah, an hour and 5 minutes is about as long as they can go. Yeah, so Owen should be able to stretch this a little bit longer, and might come out with a might come out in a straight fight for third position, Pete.
Well, he's on lower fuel. That's the crucial thing here. He's also got a bit of a battle as well. The cars he's had to get past. This is DLV behind him, the 995. As the DLV goes off again. But yeah.
That would have been a briefly heart-stopping moment for Owen, and then a bit of a relief to see a car harrying him from behind off in the grass, and then somewhat further away, he can put his head down and focus forward.
I don't want to jinx it, I'm going to jinx it by saying this, but I just wanted to say it before we get to the end that this has been, for the most part, an incredibly clean race. We've had one virtual safety car period. I think I've commentated on maybe 2 cars that have gone anywhere near the gravel. We've seen a couple of protests and whatnot and race control actions from incidents, but very, very few. So credit where credit's due. Well done to the drivers. Well done to the organisers. Superb stuff so far. Let's keep it clean to the end.
Yeah, that is a looming jinx if I've ever heard one.
Yeah,
but
I'm sorry.
I am
had to say
am equally hopeful. As Owen ducks into pit lane,
Thank
I
you,
am
Owen, for
equally
distracting
hopeful.
Travis from my jinx.
Oh no, I haven't forgotten it. I am equally hopeful that we will run a clean race until the end. Owen on the brakes, neatly down to the pit lane speed limiter, and now we have to keep an eye on Syke and see just how big that gap will grow when he comes sailing by out of the final corner now. So he's passing Owen right about now. But Owen should be comfortably ahead of the 60 car when he takes off once again.
Yeah, the 60 Gum Garage car is still on the oval, coming up to the second hairpin. So we'll be definitely behind. But now Owen has to drive, well, more than the stint of his life.
Not Owen. Stephen Martin.
Stephen Martin has to do it. Owen's relieved. Owen's going to have to come and talk to us now, so that's how that went.
Yeah, he will.
Towards the end of the race. And we can get the story from him and see what happens.
So should say too, now that Owen has handed the car over to Stephen Martin, I've gone and looked at their lap chart. Owen quite handy in the machine. A few laps.
He's definitely got the hang of it.
Oh yeah, a few laps where he's a bit off the pace, presumably through traffic, being overtaken, what have you. But very consistent, very quick. I would say right on pace with Steven. He and Steven pretty much bang on the same pace, and the same pace as the leaders, or close to it. So very well done to Owen, taking over a shortened stint by Stephen Martin. Appeared they had, Stephen had a technical issue earlier, was a bit of a lag. Owen grabbed the car when Stephen Martin was 2 laps short of a full stint. Did a very nice job to hand it back over, and hopefully for Stephen, if no worse, then he'll hold P4 and maybe have a shot at a podium.
Owens just said game on in the chat. So they must feel they have something.
Well,
yeah, fighting talk.
Stephen is no slouch.
No. But let's see what the pace is like against. It's 30 seconds now, the gap.
Yeah, that's a big gap.
That's a second a lap, right? That you've got to gain. So has Steve got that sort of muscle in the tank? Let's see what he's got. So Steve's been doing 3:16s, and Syke's been doing.
He's been doing 17, some 16s.
Oh, so it's going to be close.
Yeah, Steven will really have to hoon it around. Perfect every lap if he hopes to make this up. But it's not. Well, they're going to get. How many more laps will they get in? They will get in another 8 or 9 laps. So he needs to. He needs to make up 2 or 3 seconds a lap. That seems like a tall order. Not impossible, but that is a lot to ask of a driver, even on a long lap like this one.
Anderson in the pits in the LMP2 class only had a gap of 8 seconds to system before he came in, so that would have been a bit annoying. But there is now a 2-lap lead that our top 2 in LMP have over third place. That in itself, Travis, justifies an extra class for those 2.
Yeah, you might think so. Maybe an LMP1 or an LMP2 class or a GTP class or whatever you want to call it, as we pick up Johnny SVK. That was we are on the same wavelength, because I was just about to say that his gap ahead to Dodislav 55 seconds. So a bit of work for Johnny SVK to do. We have not looked recently to see if he is stretching, and if so, how aggressively he is stretching the fuel. But right now, my feeling is that it is slipping away from Johnny SVK unless he can pull a rabbit out of his hat, or something goes wrong for Dodislav. But he surprised us earlier. Ooh, it's just dips a wheel on the grass. They're so risky
They've been
to
doing
go
that
that
all
wide.
day, and it's been really freaking me out. They
Yeah.
take too many liberties through there. It's a miracle more of them haven't spun out. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, that was about all I had to say. Is Johnny SVK, a long way to go to fight for the lead of this race. Not over yet, but not clear that he can do this without stopping again. I do note, since I have switched over, we're back on Johnny SVK watch. Since I've switched over to his onboard view, very gingerly on the throttle out of these slow corners. Though
He's been doing that all
chat.
race long. Yeah, he's been
he
very
was full
careful.
chat into the hairpin. So, and a bit of wheel spin there. So, yeah, still not clear to me that he is saving enough, but. I'll repeat this once again. He is in the machine doing a pretty handy job, and I am just here talking about it. So I will be most pleased if Johnny SVK surprises us once again and gives us a close race to the finish.
Even Martin watch, the gap hasn't changed. So
it's a bit closer than it was before.
How much is
it?
It
was
bit?
Over 30. Well, he's closer to about 1 second. He's picked up another fraction of a second.
There you
It's
go.
down under 29. So
okay,
I'm not writing him off. I'm not writing him off,
judgment.
but it is that will be challenging.
Well, it's down to 28.9, so it's 29 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, under 30. Under 30, Pete. Perhaps it's time to reset the order. Do you want to run it down for us?
I'll do it. It'll probably take me about 20 minutes, but let's do it anyway. So the number 40, as everyone will be aware, is leading the overall standings and the LMP class. That's Suzuki Racing. That's the team name. The Russian entry for Dodislav, running in the number 40. Solid effort all day. However, what is Johnny SVK planning? The Master Race Car entry, number 73, will come and hopefully find out sooner rather than later what's gone on with his strategy. Then we've got System driving the number 9 FSR team LMP2. System's currently driving. However, Whiskey P has also done 2 stints during this race. System has also done 2. It's a 3-car team. Only 2 of the drivers taking part in tonight's action. Then we move to P4 in LMP2. That's the number 77, Mr. Plant. The number 77 is the Fenley Racing by FSR team entry, and Christopher Anderson was Adrian's teammate for this one. So a 2-car effort today. Number P5 in LMP2 is the number 91. That's the Growler Racing team. Although there are 4 drivers listed on this team, just one of them has done the racing today, as he kisses, or rather slaps, the pit wall there with the left-hand side of his car. Maybe being slightly fatigued there, Travis?
Perhaps. It's at this point in a race, it is even if you're not soloing it, it is easy to make mistakes. You get tired because you're sitting and either driving or looking at race cars for a long time. It is mentally taxing.
It is a bit of weaving going on in that car. Potentially some, as we talked about before, fatigue, which is a thing in real racing. It doesn't disappear when you do sim racing. But yeah, some more damage being added to that vehicle. That is the number 91 Growler Racing entry. Coming up against some traffic as well, so let's watch him through here. Oh dear, Steve is about to be greeted by that rather cyan and pink livery. Another bit of pink flashes by, and he's clean. McElroy Racing, the number 6. It's Valan Ziza who is driving that at the moment and has been all day. So that is the LMP2 class, Travis.
Peter, now that you've taken a fortnight to get through the LMP order, I'll draw your attention to Stephen Martin, who is just on camera. Stephen Martin has that gap under 27 seconds. He's gained 2 seconds in the previous lap. So maybe, yeah, Owen indicated confidence. Stephen is on a burner trying to catch Syke in P3, so we will have to keep a close eye on him. I will jump out of your way once again, and you can read us the GT3 order.
I'll see you in 3 weeks while we do this rundown of the GT3 class. The number 99 has led Pretty much the entire race, give or take a couple of laps here or there. That is the 99 Team America 3 entry in the enormous 4M GT3 mod. Doing an excellent job, 2 minutes and 7 seconds ahead of the number 2 entry, who themselves have had some penalties and also some issues extracting the maximum potential out of their McLaren. Alex Loudon's drove a couple of stints, so too did Julian Shine, and these two driving for the Sim Power team. Currently P2, a solid P2, and unless something like ghastly happens to P1 or themselves, I don't see that necessarily changing in the next 25 minutes. Next, it's Psych in P number 3 in class, and that is the number 42 entry, a solo entry. Yes, we can in the ProTech 92 GT3, a mod that we've seen plenty of in LFS endurance racing, and it's nice to see it included in the GT3 roster yet again. It's a driver's favourite, this one.
It is. It's a great car, and I'll interrupt you briefly again, Pete. Psych, when he was coming off the oval and back onto the Grand Prix circuit, was full opposite lock sideways, wheel spin at the rear of the car. So I think some accounting for this time that Stephen Martin is making up on Psych is owed to a bit of difficulty for Psych to control the car. It seems like the rear not complying. He is driving it hard as he can. That gap now under 25 seconds. And he has a bit of traffic, the faster traffic behind to worry. So he is struggling, and Steven is on a burner. And we can pick him up now in P4, Peter.
Yeah. So let's do that. Stephen Martin, SM Racing, teammates with Owen Harmon today. And yeah, 24.8 seconds. I'm looking at the clock at the same time, Travis, and I'm seeing that as long as 24 and 24 matches, they're on target. So
yeah, it appears to be a second for every minute on the clock. Yeah.
I imagine Owen is chewing his fingers at this point. Let's turn away until we drink something else. Donald Van Aert, number 60, team number 60. That is the Gum Garage 3 entry using another ProTech 92 GT3 car. They're currently 5th in class. Let's move on. Number 62. Now this car looks a bit worse for wear. A bit of a bump and smash has come across this car more than once today, but the number 62 FSR GT team currently being driven by Olivieri. They are currently 6th in the GT3 class, 7th in GT3, 13th overall, the number 87 Daniel Marteler. That's the 87 of Twister OS Racing, a Belgian entry there. With a beautiful livery. That blend of the colors is really good. Yeah. There's a few striking liveries. We always talk about the liveries and how much work goes into just putting together a good-looking car. It's an art. It really is. Yeah. So yeah, that is that's number P7 in class, number 87. Next we have the number the 142 machine. I'll get my words out eventually. 14th overall. This is a team that is, I suppose, closely tied to the event. The Magic for Anna Turtles, the 4M GT3, Belgian and French lineup, currently being driven by Thomas there. And yeah, I really appreciate the livery. It's a nice one.
Yeah, the cartoon turtle looks mint. I really like that.
Yeah, it's got
on a very nice color scheme too.
Is it the side of star on the roof?
It does. It looks like. I don't think it is. Is it the Sidus Star? It does look like.
It looks like the
Sidus
Star
colors.
Yeah, exactly. Is it the Sidus Star? Someone.
Hard to tell.
Better. It's not the Sidus Star. It looks like it. It's not. It's close. I thought there was some tangential. Oh, Dodislav's in the pits. We have the race leader in the pits. So this was a scheduled pit stop. We expected this to happen. We do, however, expect Johnny SVK to be close, but the gap.
It won't be too close because Dodislav won't need a full fuel. So Johnny SVK coming off the oval now. Well, that gap is a minute. So Johnny SVK must have gone off.
He must have had an issue. Yeah, he's quite a way back. Dodislav's moving. It's game over. It's pretty much game over. Has Dodislav had an issue? Let's send Chris away to see if Johnny SVK's had an issue somewhere that we haven't seen, because that's a suspect amount of time.
It's so not potentially.
Oh, it's a huge gap. It's the whole home straight plus a couple of corners. So,
Yeah.
more. I'll carry on my rundown and we'll let Chris work out what's going on. So anyway, where were we? We're at 142. We've covered Thomas. Next, we're on to the 995. This is DLV driving for the TVH by French Alpha Racing team. A solo entry yet again, French driver in the sole Mercedes that we have here today. And yeah, it's that's a super looking mod. That one, I really like the.
It looks exceptional.
Yeah,
I really like it too.
Nice work from whoever put that together. I think it was Alexander. Then we have Romanet in P16 overall, 10th in the GT3 class. The number 27, that is the Tractor Driver Racing Team, Travis, which is my favourite team name of the day.
That is a really good. I also really enjoy that one. We typically associate Tractor with the Audi LMP1 cars, but this a Ferrari 488.
Yeah, a very nice Ferrari-inspired mod that is aesthetically pleasing on the eye, and it sounds good too. Get a load of this. Oh, gear change, spicy. Like that. Nice interior too. They've gone to town on this one.
They really have.
Yeah.
The all of the little details, the net, the buttons, the indicators on the dashboard. Though many of them, I don't think they actually do anything in Live for Speed. They look authentic enough. I will let you carry on.
It's a bit of a letterbox that windscreen though from this camera angle.
It is.
Yeah, it's got a massive view out of that window for sure. Chris put the camera quite high up, he says, so a little bit lower down. We might have seen a bit more of the outside world, but less of the track potentially. As you can see, it does kind of go as much of the track as possible out the window. Anyway, next we have the 33 of Garcia driving another of those 488 Ferraris. That is the 33 Team America 2. This was also a 2-driver effort, and that car has been in the wars, it's been in the gravel, it's been all sorts of places, but it's currently P17 overall, 3 from the back, but still in the race. And that's the most important thing, Travis. Finishing a race, getting to the grid is achievement number 1. Finishing the race is achievement number 2. Getting a podium is achievement number 3, and winning the thing, that's the sweetest deal. But there's milestones all the way through.
Yeah, it's we get strangely inspired during endurance races, even when they don't go according to plan. You're well down the order and pounding around for scruples, if that, barely even for pride. Yet there is something to be said, even for a pretend endurance race, for going the entire distance, or at least the entire duration of the clock. It is an achievement to finish an endurance race, whether it's on the podium or not.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's great just to be here and to participate. It takes a lot of effort to just get to the grid. As we focus next on 18th overall, this is P12 in GT3, Le Mans show for the Texas Drivers 2 team. Papator, his teammate, giving us a couple of stints, but Le Mans show in the car at the moment, potentially to the end of the race. And then Pat de la Pan is back in the car for the 59, and the 59 is Team Pelican, and we've seen Project Neron and Pat de la Pan. So 3 drivers have given us stints, as I believe we have a battle going on somewhere else. We've had a driving standards flag. Now that's late in the day for that.
It is late in the day for that.
Ramses.
Yeah, I didn't see what prompted it though. I think they've had at least one drive-through penalty earlier on for a collision. That aside, the other news in LMP1 is that Johnny SVK is not making a dent in that. LMP2. Thank you, Peter. That gap is not coming down appreciatively. Appreciatively. Thank you very much, Peter. Not coming down substantially. 15 seconds. Johnny SVK will probably have to stop again for a splash, because it doesn't appear as though he's been saving fuel, unless he surprises us. But even so, Dodislav does not have to stop again. He can simply manage his race and hope that he's not jinxed by by the commentary booth, and Peters hopes that the race will go without a caution toward the end. Stephen Martin has also pooped out a little bit. He was gaining a second for every minute on the clock. He is now stalled at a 22-second gap on 15 minutes and change remaining. So Stephen needs to become inspired or benefit from a mistake by Syke if he wants to take the podium. But he's not slowing down, and he's not giving up. Stephen Martin's still giving it all he's got to try to achieve a podium for himself and Owen.
Yeah, nice bit of close competition also on the cameras here between P13 and 14 overall. That was between Thomas and McElroy for 142 and 87. So yeah, still some GT3 action, and these two obviously for position. Closest GT3s together.
They are, and it is. These are the only two cars on the track even remotely close together right now. A kind of an uncharacteristic lull in the activity. Even with the faster class overtaking the slower class, there are gaps everywhere on circuit. So these two are the most action we get right now. A bit of a break for us, Peter, perhaps to ramble for a little bit before we get into the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the last 10 minutes loom. You are watching the 4 hours of Kyoto, the last quarter of an hour of an event that is a support act for the 24 hours for Anna event that's taking place across a number of different sim racing platforms. And of course, supporting the Enfance and Cancer charity that we have been supporting all evening. There's a link to the fundraiser in the chat. The fundraiser, I'm pleased to say, has been funded. They've reached their goal. Currently 19,634 euros is what they've raised, and 15,000 euros was the target. So it's nice that they've exceeded their aim for this event, Trav.
Yeah, I think they have blown right through their goal. That is great to see. I also believe, having done a bit of reading about the event, I believe this is the third installment, at least the third installment of this. So they're exceeding their goals this year, and it appears to be it has become a tradition for this group. So great to see that.
Yeah, it's been a thing for a number of years. I've been aware of it, but I've never got involved. And it's nice to finally be involved and to learn more about it. Yes, of course. This battle here still rages on. It's still quite close.
Yeah, a bit of spice. It's we said a little bit ago that getting into an endurance race and then finishing it is an achievement. It is. It's interesting how when you drive, if you're off in the middle of nowhere in 6th or 7th position for most of a race, and then you actually get to battle somebody for a position, taking P6 with 12 minutes left in a 4-hour race feels like winning when you're right up somebody's diffuser like that. This is really close, really good racing between these two drivers. Two different cars with two different liveries, both battling, giving plenty of respect to each other, but great close racing down to the wire for P6 in class.
I love that the M4 is massive in LFS as well as in real life. It's brilliant. I really am enjoying seeing two cars like this close together and racing. I mean, we've had to wait a while for it, but it's great to have it here at the end. This event, Travis, is the 24 Hours for Anna has been running since 2018. So
2018.
Yeah,
okay.
quite a while.
I went back through some of the event pages. But I clearly missed how much further back it goes. So hats off to them. This is their 7th, 8th installment. So good for them.
Oh, exactly. I don't necessarily think that LFS France have been involved since the beginning, but it's nice that they're involved now. It looks like Mark Blur is getting a bit of a slipstream off of Pat de la Pan.
Yeah, I think he's doing his best to just get out of the way of these two fighting.
Yeah, it does so. Oh,
Close.
yeah, pretty close. Yeah, the system goes. Oh, and again,
Oh
close again.
goodness. That
Leaving some
yeah,
excitement in.
moments like those look like they could be the safety car that bunches everything up. Fortunately,
don't say
system
that.
through cleanly.
Do not say that in the final 10 minutes. My goodness me, that would rile a lot of people. Don't even tempt that. Oh, yeah,
that
not
is
now. Like
yeah,
halfway
that is
through, sure, but not in the last 10 minutes, surely.
yeah, and that's so when there's 10 minutes left and you're just minding your own business trying to finish. Those sort of moments are just they are heart in your throat for Pat de Lapin when there's you have cars ahead of you, cars coming up behind you, you've got an LMP car in your door. He's just trying to mind his own business so he can go off and have a nightcap and then get to bed. Fortunately, everybody through unscathed as we saw Johnny SVK diving through a GT3 car
The
politely
GT3s
out of the
have
way.
been so polite whenever they've
They
been
really
on camera. Seriously, like over polite, more so than in any other endurance race I've seen in Live Speed. Possibly
Yeah,
ever.
what the contrast I have seen today, the contrast between this and my own experience is that the politeness of the GT3s I think has been a little bit excessive. I think they can afford to be, they're entitled to be a bit more selfish.
Yeah.
But where they have been helpful, they've been helpful in sensible places. My experience in sweaty sim racing is that GT3 drivers trying to be helpful usually end up being more of a hindrance. But everyone here today, all the driving I have seen from the GT3 drivers has been exceptional. So thank you to all of them and well done.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go and reach out and see if Owen's recovered and whether we want to have a chat with us. But
Tempting.
or we can wait for it until the end potentially. But yeah, we'll see. Might be good to get a word with him before the end. He says 2 minutes in the chat, so there we go. He's give us
There we go. Okay.
the time before we can jump in again.
Yeah, Stephen Martin is still shrinking that gap, but not quickly enough. Under 20 seconds now, so he's. This is a level of inspiration that is I don't think is achievable or realistic, but stranger things
It's
have happened.
achievable, but
It
not
is
without help from
not
42.
without he cannot do this on his own.
Yeah, it was looking good. It's now no longer looking as good as it was looking, but yeah, there's still time. There is still time.
And it's 3 hours and 50 minutes in. It is a brain fade can attack at any time. So
yeah,
I mean it could just as easily go against them. But now a 19-second gap. 19 seconds is not much to make up if Syke puts a wheel wrong and has to dig himself out of a gravel trap.
Steve has had the benefit of being able to choose what he does during his breaks, like having comfort break, having a bit of food, a bit of water, whatever. Like. Probably hasn't had any of those things. Maybe a glass of water or something. But yeah, it's a long time to retain focus, and this is a difficult track in a GT3, especially turn 9. Turn 9 has not caught enough people today. I'm actually disappointed. I think we've seen one car go off at turn 9 all day.
I am
amazing.
Stunned.
Really amazing. Honestly, really amazing.
Yeah, tabbing through all the cars. I'm stunned I haven't seen a car go off there. Ooh, there's as I was saying that, there's a silky smooth sound in our ears, Peter.
Yeah. It's a sound I like to hear 7 minutes from the end of a 4-hour race. Owen, talk to us.
Yeah, part 2. I was obviously excited getting out of the car knowing my segment of the work was done. Schick has obviously driven so well to keep that Porsche in a healthy lead over us. So, yeah, I'll take my humble pie with 6 minutes to go, if things stay as they are, of course.
Well, a good effort regardless. We kept tabs on you. I was looking at your lap chart. Your work was very good. You and Steven on pretty well level pace and just as quick as the drivers ahead of you. You did the job. It just hasn't quite shaken out. Not over yet, but still a valiant effort for P4. And within a shout of P3, Steven's still not giving up.
No, absolutely not. He'll never give up until the race is over. We know how determined he's had some bad luck way back when in the Kyoto 250 500, for example. I'll always remember them. But Just for my case, I had the French destroyer and the 995 Mercedes behind me when my car was in the prime condition to push, and I was able to perhaps break through into the 316s. So that was a huge achievement. So
Yeah,
I
you did a
appreciate
few of
that.
those.
Merci beaucoup to French destroyer as host of the LFS France Endurance. You
Yes, I
helped
hadn't
me do
mentioned
even
that at
better than
all.
I expected.
Glad you mentioned that, Owen. Yeah, so the driver of the 905 is the host, Travis. Just letting you know.
Ah, okay, excellent. On the
Yeah.
topic of speed, Johnny SVK has just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's not giving up either, though we think he may need a splash. We were talking earlier, Owen, about the amount of effort, preparation, the work that goes into these events that mimics real life racing. There's very much it's a huge effort to put one of these on to participate in it. So my question to you as the minutes wind down here is, how much time have you put in preparing for this event? Obviously, you're doing double duty. You're driving. You're a commentator. How much practice? How much time with the setup? How much time have you strategized or worked on your strategy with Steven?
Well, he gave me a little heads up just before Christmas, saying, "Don't forget this is on January 11th. Now it's going to take over to midnight my time." So I suppose I didn't have a setup at all, so I just had to learn the track for probably an hour or two, just with the car, but not an actual setup. And then just after New Year's, I got hold of a proper setup. So I did 3 or 4 full stints. Realized lap 17 was where I got punctures, so we had to have a rethink. But yeah, definitely a few hours. But at the same time, I probably get anxious if I do too much practice as well. So I just had to not think of LFS for the last 3 or 4 days and just make sure I was ready today.
Well, you said what I wanted to hear. That confirms, at least in one anecdote, what we shared with everybody else earlier, is that it's a lot of work. I mean, that's 4 full stints. Real air quotes real practice is that's 4 hours of time, and then in and out of the car to make some tweaks, and then the earlier time you did learning the track. It's a big effort just for the drivers, and then to say nothing of everyone else and how much time they put in. So thanks for that, Owen. Thanks for all your effort. And once again, thanks to everybody else who's putting this event on.
Christian Ariette suggesting that that Johnny SVK may pit this lap. Oh, he's in. So, yeah. I mean, are you going to stick with us, or are you going to go and chat to your teammate? What do you want to
do? I'll just double check with him. I have a whisper key set up. We'll see how he's
doing. He has his gap down under 17 seconds, so he's still closing the gap, but he's rapidly running out of time.
Yeah. Someone else that's run out of time is Johnny SVK. We're about to see him serve his pit stop, but unfortunately Dodoslav has been in and out long ago, and heads Johnny SVK comes out of pits now.
Yeah, unfortunate. He gave it a great effort. Clearly saving fuel wouldn't have been the strategy either. He was just a little bit short on time. Yeah. Behind him, though, there is a fantastic battle as we wind down to the final laps, perhaps the final lap. These two, Barteleur in the 87 and Thomas in the 142, have been nose to tail for 10 or 15 minutes anyway, Peter. And this battle is going to go down to, or certainly appears as though it will go down to the finish line on the final lap. Thomas doing everything he can to try to get by. Thomas late on the brakes. Oh, Barteleur does the cut back. Doesn't even cut back. Stays around the outside. Great racing between these two as they come around the final few corners to start what I believe will be the penultimate lap of the race for them. We'll need to see where Dodoslav is. Great racing, Pete.
Dodoslav. Ooh. Is this the last lap for him?
There's still a minute and a half remaining, and I think he is less than a minute and a half from the last corner. So
yeah.
It will be close. Yeah, minute 25 remaining on the clock now, and he is coming back onto the oval. So I think he will come through to start one more lap, which means Barteleur and
it'll be
Thomas
close,
should have one more lap themselves. Yeah, it will be pretty tight. We'll keep an eye on it. I think we should keep the camera on these two right here because they're having such a great battle, putting on a great viewing for us. But we'll watch Dodoslav in the background.
Yeah, Deco predicted an extra lap after this, so he's normally right. So let's see.
He's done this a few times. Oh yeah, Dodoslav will easily cross the line with time remaining. He's into the final chicane now. Oh, doing his best to take a big chunk of the hay bales there. That was a little spooky. So Dodoslav now starting the final lap of the race, or will be when he comes across the line, which means there is plenty of time left for the drivers of the 87 and 142 to battle. About 5 minutes more of battling for those two people.
Yeah, confirmation there from your race director, Jonathan Palmer. This, well, just mentioning there that was the final lap call for Dodoslav. And yeah, what a race it's been for him. Didn't look like it was going to be straightforward for him, but so far so good.
Johnny SVK crossing the line now. This has slipped away from Johnny SVK. Unfortunately, that's a 40-second gap, so a bit lower than it was before the cycle of pit stops earlier. Still, great effort out of Johnny SVK as Dodoslav comes through the sweeping corners under the bridge now, about halfway around his final lap. Nice and tidy through there. Plenty of respect given to the green cement. While these two are, I think, far enough ahead of Dodoslav on the road that he will finish the race, rather he will take the checkered flag just behind them, and they will have another lap of running. Just like that, Thomas late on the brakes, gets right under the rear wing of Marteleur. Marteleur a little bit wide of the curbing there. These two will keep doing this for the next 4 minutes, Peter. They are not on their final lap. Dodoslav behind them on the road will conclude the race when he takes the checkered flag just behind these two. Plenty of racing yet in the GT3 class.
Yeah, great stuff in the dying moments of this race. And speaking of dying moments, who's that's about to get overtaken? That is Ramses, of course, and may, with the state of that car, want to be overtaken at this point to save him. Well, there you go.
he's just dove off. I think that's a yes.
I mean, that's the only LMP2 I've seen in the gravel in 4 hours, I think.
Fortunately, he's not beached it, so
no,
we can carry on.
We can. A final lap safety car? No, I don't. Let's not even attempt that. That
would be a good trivia question for Deco. How many times he's seen final lap safety cars? I can think of one.
Yeah, well, only a couple of corners to go.
Thomas is side by side with Marteleur right now, Peter. They're through the first 2 or 3 corners. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on these two now that he's coming through the final chicane. Take him across the line.
Will do. Well, what a drive it's been. Looked like it might not be as straightforward as it has been in the end, but a huge gap, 40 seconds almost, for Dodoslav. Team 40 crossing the line to win the 4 hours of Kyoto. What an absolutely massive effort that was for him. Absolutely brilliant stuff. As we will wait to see what happens elsewhere in the order. But absolutely brilliant stuff there from our LMP2 leader and winner. Maserati for the GT3 category is still somewhere in the infield.
Thomas has gotten ahead of Marteleur. Still close, a few car lengths separate them. They were side by side through the first, all the way through the first corner and all the way around down to the second corner. And then Thomas carried the advantage up the hill, under the bridge, and around the back part of the circuit.
Yeah, it looks like the place was made. So he saved it till the last lap, but there we go. Doesn't matter when you do it, really, as long as it happens before the checkered flag. But Dodislav can be very happy with that result. Johnny SVK seals the deal in P2. System is about to come past the checker flag to take P3 in the race. Number of drivers finishing, but the full classification won't be ready until the last car has crossed the line. So stand by, System coming by now.
In the background, Jonathan Palmer putting his stamp on the conclusion of this race. 15-second time penalty for the 91 car. A bit of insult to injury there, crossing
Just get another one in before the end. Why not?
I think Ramses will be thrilled to jump out of the seat for this one. Mark Delure has lost contact with Thomas. Thomas got through and then sailed away into the distance. So unless he makes a mistake coming around the final few corners, he will have that position well in hand.
We just missed it. Apologies, huge apologies to the 99 team. But Maserati crossed the line to win the GT3 class. Distracted again by the LMP2 class, but there we go. Maserati across the line to take the top step of the GT3 podium. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Loudons then has somewhat of a longer wait to come across the line. In fact, no, it's already classified. It's already finished. My apologies again. It's already finished. Finished with the LMP leaders, in fact, and a lap down on, or in fact 2 laps down on our winner. We have a car on the track that's out of fuel. Travis, can you believe it? It's the 488 that was in the battle with Thomas the whole time, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
it was superficial.
It is. I suspect now that the gap that so quickly grew there between Martelure and Thomas at the end of the race was probably Martelure trying to stretch the fuel to get across the line and not be stranded coming uphill in the final chicane. Does across the line, though Thomas did have that position in hand, won it on the road on the final lap of the race. But there we go, the final order, Peter.
Absolutely. And there we go. Those are your results for this event. Final classification, barring any late penalties that get applied. In your LMP class, Dodislav wins in 4 hours and 7 minutes. Johnny SVK finishing in P2 then, with System, Mr. Plant, Valenziser and Ramses, your 6 LMP cars. That is the way that they have finished in that order. Next, we have the GT3 class. That was won by the 99 Maserati. 6 laps down off our overall leader, but absolutely solid effort there by him. Then we have Alex Loudons, who takes the 0-2 home. His teammate Julian Shine gave us a couple of stints early on. Then we have Sick, who did the race solo, takes P3 in the end. A solid effort from our solo runners today. Steve Martin and Owen Harmon in the number 68 machine. They, in the end, have to settle for best of the rest in P4. In GT3, then it's Donald Ferner in P11, Olivieri P12 overall, and P5 in GT3, with Thomas, Marteleur, DLV, Rominet, Garcia, Le Manchot, Pat Delapin are your 19 overall finishers, and then some DNFs. 37 laps down for Cifuentes in the number 33 team, and then another couple of results on the other side. Proxima, who we saw earlier on with his teammate, number 23 finishing 49 laps down in the end. And Johnny SVK gets some bragging rights in the end. He gets the fastest lap, 2:55.8, faster than anyone else, and it was on his penultimate lap, if you can believe it. That is a remarkable time. Penultimate lap of his previous to final stint. So yeah, still impressive.
Yeah, well done to him for trying to pull out a magic trick there, stretch it with low fuel while keeping the pace up. Ultimately had to give in and take a splash, but a great show from him regardless.
Yeah, I think Bodislav's fallen off the podium, unfortunately, so not sure we couldn't quite get the podium shot there at the end.
Yeah, it appears as though they're relinquishing the podium for the
Yeah, so they're giving it
GT3s
to
to
the
get their
GT3s.
shot.
Okay. Well, there we go. We'll keep an eye on this while the GT3s all line up for their podium shots. So there, onto P2. On the podium comes the number 2. Onto P1 comes the number 99, and P3 is the number 42 of 6. So we'll put the results back up to let them soak up their glory. But yeah, very, very nice event put together by LFS France, and yeah, we hope everybody enjoyed it. Travis is going to head off now. Thank you, Travis, for joining me for the last 2 hours.
Of course.
Stuff.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been too long since I was in a booth. That was a blast. Thank you very much, Peter, for inviting me in. And thank you, Owen, for joining us in the box, answering my questions, putting on a great show for us. It was fun to watch you and Steven try to claw that back. I'm sorry you couldn't get a podium, but it was still a valiant effort and very fun to watch. And for everybody else who organized this, everybody who participated, thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I'll talk to you next time. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Travis. Have a good one. Yeah, Owen, your overriding thoughts at the end of that one before we see if anyone else wants to jump in and have a chat. Owen's going to jump back in a few moments, so we'll give him some time. But yes, thank you everybody for joining in for the 24 hours of Anna. This was the 4 hours of Kyoto. Owen, you're with us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, I have to say, the start of the race was such a thrill watching everybody together battling for a position. I know, we got plenty of airtime ourselves with a superb battle with the McLaren, the number 2 Sim Power team. That was definitely a thrill to watch. And then when it was my turn, I was in open space, which was what I was hoping for. So I appreciate all the work done by Stephen. And then, I suppose the VSC was certainly a talking point. We will certainly be interested. It will be interesting to know just exactly how a lot of people were caught on that, but thankfully I just about made it. It was close, I'm sure, if I was under investigation. But definitely a very impressive standard. I just saw a few cars perhaps having to recover from the gravel, but definitely with no actual safety cars at all. It was just the one VSC. And I hope all the prototypes that needed to get past me were okay. Just you have to not be too aggressive either. So I will say that much. You can't be too aggressive or polite, I suppose.
Yeah, I think generally what we saw, people were fairly well behaved. But I think compared to some historical events, I think that was pretty good in terms of driving standards for what we could see.
Yeah, and of course, the battle at the end, without a doubt, that was stunning. It was so close until eventually the Ferrari ran out of fuel. But that definitely was worth a lot of spotlight on this sim broadcast stream. Indeed, the stream en français down with the Nanex TV team. So I hope they enjoyed it as well.
A bit of French there. Big show off.
Oui.
But yeah, exactly. It's a success for everybody, and thanks again to Nanex for putting the broadcast out in French as well, and for the LFS France team for inviting us along. I really thank you for your time doing double duty, as Travis said. Really, really appreciate that, and congrats. I know it wasn't a podium, but it was a great result. You can't deny that.
Oh, without a doubt, we were in that sort of zone where we could have been in contention for the podium, but definitely 4th place was the target. Certainly the benchmark or the platform we wanted to reach. 3rd place would have been a bonus. Definitely I think we were the 4th best team on there, and I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, it could have been, but there we go. P4 on the day, and congrats. We're going to bring into the commentary box now our LMP winner, Dodislav, number 40. You join us in the commentary box now. Can you hear us?
All good.
Congratulations. That was... Well, I want to start off by saying, did at any point the thought cross your mind that Johnny SVK might have been able to do the race in one less stop than you?
Yeah, I thought at the last stint that he could save a bit of fuel, at the beginning, so he could kind of just do the last stint without the beat. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you
But,
said it because we were thinking the
yeah.
same, and it didn't happen in the end. And you must be very glad that it didn't happen.
actually, the gap was pretty big,
Yeah,
and the race, like the time was left. It wasn't enough to catch me, I think.
not in the end, but it was certainly looking close at one point. But very well done. I mean, that was a huge effort to even have a pit stop of a buffer at the end was remarkable, really. So congratulations. What did you think of the event? Was it yeah? What were your thoughts?
The event was great, and it's always great to have such events with experienced race control. It is always another step to events, you know. It's always a great pleasure to compete in these races. So
Great stuff. Yeah. That's it's great to hear. I mean, yeah, it's always nice to have an endurance race, especially in Live for Speed, where it just works so nicely. I don't think there's any other sim where it's as pleasant to compete in a long race for sure. Talk us through the kind of the length of the race. I mean, you did this solo, 4 hours on your own is a lot of time to focus, and obviously I think really the only thing you had to focus on for most of the race was lapping the traffic. I mean, how did you manage the 4 hours solo?
actually, this round was pretty easy mentally, but my body feels not really great, to be honest. Especially the time driving on the mouse, my right wrist and my shoulders doesn't feel really comfortable, I would say. But round one was way harder mentally because the track was way more challenging. The width of the track was way less than here. Managing traffic here is not really hard because of the width of the track. Sometimes even if you misunderstand someone, you still have some options. So I don't know, it was pretty okay, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you managed it perfectly. I don't think we saw any major issues for yourself. So a very nice race indeed. Yeah, the LFS France Endurance Series continues, obviously, with round 4 in a few weeks' time. Are you competing? Are you looking forward to the next round of the main championship?
Yeah, I think I will compete.
Good stuff.
The main problem for me will be 8-hour race because, as it is set in the regulations, I will need a teammate for this race. So
Yeah.
It would have been a really nice experience to try an 8-hour race solo, but all right.
That's a bit chaotic to try that. So yeah, I mean, I think it's nice that the series organisers insist on it being a multi-driver series for the most part, but obviously for a charity event, it's nice to allow the soloists to have their go as well. Because I know a lot of drivers enjoy doing things solo just to spice things up, or even just as a personal challenge. Is it a personal challenge for you, or is it something else?
Yeah, kind of a challenge, but also my friends that race with me sometimes they prefer GT3 over LMP2, so I don't really have anyone to race on this car, so it is combined, I would say.
Oh, well, there you go. That's nice as well. Just you're having a drive in a car that you can drive without necessarily having anyone else that can help you out in a team. So that's another interesting reason. Anyway, I'm very glad you joined us for an interview. Thank you very much. Unless there's anything else you want to say, I'll just say my thanks and congratulations on a great result.
Yeah, thank you too.
Thank you very much.
I would also say that it was a pretty clean race. Only one virtual safety car in 4 hours. It is pretty
unheard
good.
of.
Yeah, great racing standards, I think.
I'm sure Jonathan Palmer will have a word or two to say on that, either on the stream or off the stream, because they got busy at certain times during the race, did race control, but generally on the whole, this was, as you said, a very clean race. So thank you for doing your part to make sure that was the case.
Thank you.
Excellent, Dodislav there for I guess solo entry in the number 40 in LMP2. Suzuki Racing, we thank him for his time. While we bring in P3 in the GT3 class, the number 42. How are you? Can you hear us, Cyril? He's joined us in the commentary box. Just going to give him a moment to see if he can hear us.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted.
How are you, Cyril? How's it going?
Thanks, I'm fine. It's been a while. Good to be back for the interview. It's been a pretty nice race. I didn't expect the to end on the podium since I didn't quite have the pace, but pit stops were quite good for me, so things went pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we were commenting earlier, and Owen's in the commentary box. I don't know if he's still listening, but Owen's here. Maybe I'll just let you two talk about this. But what was the thought going through your head during the race, Cyril, about what Steve and Owen were planning?
Well, I knew I wasn't as fast as them. At the beginning of the race, I had a poor start. I had a small battle with some of the midfield, and when I saw Steven stop for his first stop at lap 16, it was, I think, I thought maybe I do have a chance to get a free stop, since I knew I was doing 20 lap stints. And yeah, I mean, sometimes I had some doubts. Some of the times I was like, yeah, I think I can go for it. And yeah, it ended as a 15-second difference, but it was pretty close in the end.
Yeah, Owen, what do you make of that?
Yeah, it's entirely valid. As I said in the interview, we had trouble getting the tires on the front left to survive more than 17 laps, so we kind of had to recalculate what we could manage. And even still, Steve did get a puncture on his front left in the first stint before it was my turn. Yeah, so he kind of lost a chunk of time there. So yeah, he managed to nurse it back in, no bother, but yeah, it did cost us a bit of time. So yeah, the BMW, that was probably its weakness around here. So yeah, that's
I'm not sure even we picked up on that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I recall mentioning that Steve had a. Yeah. Was it both? Did you say?
No, it's just the front left. That was
front left.
Giving us bother all the preparation time we had. So
yeah, lots of people had punctures in the first kind of part of the race, and learned how to deal with them with it later on. Did you have any such problems, Cyril?
No, I didn't. I was wondering toward the end of the first stint, if the tires would last, but they did. I pretty much didn't make any big mistakes, so apart from some sliding here and there, it was pretty okay. So didn't have any trouble with the tires. I only went to the pits for fuel, basically. Well, new tires, but fuel was what dictated me to go to the pits.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Brilliant stuff. Any comments on the event as a whole, and will you be participating in round 4 of the main championship?
I
going ahead?
Don't quite remember what the next round is. If it's the 8-hour race, then I need to find a teammate because I'm solo. So if it's not, then yes, I will be participating, of course.
Well, I can tell you what the next round will be in just a moment's time, if I can find it myself. I had it up a minute ago. Round 4 is the 2 hours of South City. So it's quite a short one. The 8-hour isn't until May.
Okay. I'll be in then.
There you go then. Ideal. Yeah, good stuff. I mean, any other comments on the event today? I mean, this was I think it was Dodislav that mentioned it was nice to be able to do one solo for a change.
Yeah, I think the one thing I would like to know, I didn't check, is how this race's result will impact the overall standings, because Steven and Owen are P1 actually currently, and I'm P2. And I don't think I can go back to the lead with that result, because P3 and P4 are closer together than P1 and P2 are, I think. So I think I'm still P2 overall. But yeah, otherwise, driving solo it's interesting. It has its cons, of course. I can't take a break between stints.
Yeah.
But 4 hours is still manageable.
I think 4 hours is like just about manageable. I mean, I've been sat here and commentating as well, so I kind of have a sense of the amount of focus you've got to have. But I know it's a totally different thing in the seat. But anything more than 4 hours becomes slightly uncomfortable if you're sat in the same place for
Yeah.
the time.
I was stretching my legs in the straights or in the pits.
But yeah, I mean, probably more than I was doing. But yeah, I guess your hands get a bit clammy, and sometimes the fatigue can kick in more if you're driving. But anyway, thank you, Cyril, and great to talk to you again, and we'll hopefully see you on a broadcast in the future.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot. Well,
You
thanks
too.
to everyone that joined us in the commentary box. Thank you, Owen, as well. I hope everyone had a pleasant race, and we'll hope to see everybody again soon. Anyway, big thank you from us, from some broadcasts, to the organisers, LFS France, to DLV, and everyone else involved in the organisation of this. And of course, thank you for inviting us to get involved in the 24 hours for Anna here in Live for Speed. All that's left to do is to thank our drivers, of course, for putting on a great show for us, our audience as ever, and for all the people in the background that make it happen, our race control, New Dimension Racing, and Chris McElroy in the Sim Broadcast commentary booth, providing us with all the information we need to make the broadcast happen. So from all of us here at Sim Broadcasts and NDR and LFS France, we wish you all the best, and we will see you next time for more Live for Speed action. We'll have some trailers to play afterwards. So yeah, have a good one, and good night.
Here come the lights. We are green.
This is now side by side for the race lead.
Yeah, big pile up there.
They're so close. That's a bump for his trouble.
Mad stuff.
It's gonna be a photo finish, folks.